achieving what we want to. But, Comrade President, Comrade Vice President, Comrade party functionaries and participants, let me say the following. There are a lot of shortcomings in everything one does. But I'm calling on you to make a success and to make the best out of this gathering, despite the shortcomings that we may have observed in the organization and in our coming together today. I want us to make sure that we aim high today so that at the end of this process, of this day, we'll have made a very strong and successful foundation for further discussions. May I now, Comrade President, welcome you to the SWAPO Party School, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. I have to put it back to the President's height.
Thank you very much, Comrade Ausiku. It is now my singular honor to call on it's now my singular honor to call on the Vice President of the SWAPO Party, Comrade Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, to give us a presentation on this very important issue.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. I must say the whole podium is meant for the rector and the director of ceremony. I will go by the program because at this stage, the program is requiring me to introduce the keynote speaker, which is...
No.
Yeah?
Yeah, yes.
I'm wrong.
No, you are right.
Yeah. So I go by the program, which directs me to introduce the keynote speaker. Thank you, Director of Ceremony, our Rector, who's also the Deputy Secretary General. We are here, as we are informed by the Director of Ceremony and the Rector, that we are attending the first ever interactive debate on the issue of socialism with Namibian characteristics, which was an amendment to our constitution at our last extraordinary Congress. I believe that there can be no right person who can really set the tune as we are getting into the critical debate of this important policy and ideological process within our Métis SWAPO Party. Then Comrade Hage Godfrey Genkop, the president of the SWAPO Party, and also, as we know, he is the one who chaired that extraordinary Congress that made that amendment. But in addition to that, prior to this particular constitution, he has been over the years part of the process that has been shaping SWAPO policies, be it his contribution in all the constitutions that we have amended or the party political program. And it's just fitting that he can guide us as we are now getting into our road to fully understand and then implement in the best interest of our people this ideology of ours that we have set ourselves for years. May I now, comrades, members of the Central Committee and Political Bureau of the Central Committee, party functionaries, kindly ask you to join me as I welcome Comrade Hage Geingob, President of the SWAPO Party and of the Republic of Namibia, to address this debate. Comrade President, you are welcome to address this debate. This podium is not very convenient, and as a chair, I took a decision that the Comrade President can address us where he stands. As the one who has introduced him. Not a friend in the room, so I'm finding it difficult looking at my eyes.
Hage Godfrey Obo Manganifi. Oh Hage, Hage, oh Hage, Hage, oh Hage, Hage, oh Hage, Hage, oh Hage.
As government, we have listened to the cries and calls of our sovereigns. We have heard you. Thank you very much. We have heard you. Director of the proceedings, members of the SWAPO Party Central Committee and Politburo, the party school rector, the head of the programs here, Comrade Mopita, some members, I don't know who is here, but I must just say, comrades and friends. I'm sorry I have to sit down, something is wrong. We are living in rapidly evolving times. This is a world in which knowledge has become the key currency. Knowledge has become the main source of wealth for nations and economies and people. This realization has not been lost on the revolutionary-minded progressive forces. For even the iconic leader of the Cuban Revolution, Comandante Fidel Castro, once remarked, and I quote, "Knowledge must be the fundamental ally of nations that aspire, despite all their tragedies and problems, to become truly emancipated, to build a better world," unquote. Indeed, we can agree that knowledge is our fundamental ally. It is the weapon which we must wield to overcome our tragedies and problems as we aspire to achieve the total emancipation of our people and build a better world. Thus, it is the pursuit of knowledge that forms the bedrock on which our SWAPO Party School is built. With this in mind, it gives me great pleasure to partake in this interactive debate, which I believe will add to our collective knowledge and aid us in crystallizing our party ideology, namely socialism with Namibian characteristics. When I was training some students, some are here, at the institute in Lusaka, I was not teaching, but I arranged that I must lecture or talk on Saturdays and Sundays to SWAPO members. She was attending that, although she was a SWAPO representative. She used to come and just sit in sometimes. At that institute, I said to SWAPO colleagues, take out SWAPO constitution. And they were, oh, SWAPO constitution. We want Marxism. Then I said, take out SWAPO constitution. When I was training at Agustinium as teacher, we were told from the known to the unknown. So therefore, take out your SWAPO constitution. I could see the revolutionaries feeling that we should have started with Marxism. And therefore, I was a reactionary. After a while, some people were sent to party school in Soviet Union. When they came there, when the classes started, they were told, take out your SWAPO constitution. They looked at each other and said, you must first know what you are saying in your constitution before you can study Marxism. They were honest, comrades. They wrote back and apologized and said, apparently you were right. Honest people are good. So therefore, comrades, we must start from what we know and go to the unknown. When we are trying to now explore, to move on further, we must understand first our society. Who are we? Deng Xiaoping, China's revolutionary statement credited with the economic modernization of China through the opening up reforms, used to put the same concept in this way. Seek truth from the facts and cross the river by feeling for the stones. It's important. Seek truth from the facts and cross the river by feeling for the stones. Equally and importantly, when we are talking in SWAPO about socialism of Namibian characteristics, we need to first understand and define the Namibian situation and Namibian characteristics and proceed from the known variables at the home front to determine what socialism of Namibian characteristics ought to be. In so doing, we will critically assess the known socio-economic and political variables in the Namibian context. As a result, our pursuit of the truth will not be characterized by our hastiness, superficiality, and emotional dogmatism, lest we become lost in a river. Rather, we will have to proceed gradually and with certainty from the stability of the solid building blocks of peace, unity, liberty, and justice, which are the gains of our liberation struggle and the foundations beneath us. In this way, we, as the SWAPO Party, will feel astonished through investigation and consultation to safely cross our river of ideology. When I officially launched the SWAPO Party School on May 26, it becomes vital to transfer to the incoming generation the revolutionary torch comprising the ideological underpinnings, ethos, and objectives which underscored the revolution of national struggle, national liberation struggle. Without such transfer of acquired knowledge and values, the lack of understanding of the ideology of the SWAPO Party, an appreciation of its historical origins may render the younger generation susceptible to the disruptive influence of counter-revolutionary forces which will exploit their ignorance to bring about social unrest, confusion, and chaos. It will not be difficult for such forces to sell off the chaos and confusion as we have witnessed under the so-called Arab Spring in some other countries. Other thing I don't also understand, just to interrupt myself, about our young people, except maybe some who were in exile, is when we are talking about revolution. Reference point is not Marx, not Lenin, not Castro, not Chinese, Mao Zedong. I only hear people talking about Sankara from Burkina Faso. Sankara, yeah. That's a level I hear people talking as revolutionaries. When there is a problem in Venezuela, in Cuba, I don't see young people demonstrating. I don't see them angry. Now I'm wondering, what is the revolution? On what is it based? Young people. We don't talk about countries which are revolutionary, those who supported us, and Cuba is one of them. When Cuban Day comes, I see 10 people maybe marching. When I'm talking about blockade, where are we revolutionary? Whom are we with as revolutionaries? If not with Cuba, even progressive forces. Sankara is a good young man, yes. But who are the people? What are the forces at play in this world? Now, while we were during our struggles supported the socialist camp, Soviet Union, anybody who fought in the world got support from Soviet Union that time. Anybody, wherever they were. And then Chinese came and Cubans carried the burden. Now, revolutionaries, young revolutionaries, where are we? What is your reference point? Who are the idols? Who are your people whom you admire? That's very important. You cannot hate people who are revolutionaries and think you are revolutionary. You cannot be a tribalist. Definitely that's the main one. You cannot be a tribalist, regionalist, racist, because these are all racism, tribalism, same thing. You cannot be that and call yourself revolutionary. Things happen at the same time. Soviet Union, through Gorbachev, was destroyed. Perestroika, destroyed. And therefore, the world changed. Socialist camp is today different. There are only 5, I think, socialist countries today. Laos, Cuba, China, Vietnam, and 5. Yeah, anyway, that's 4. But only those countries. Take in Korea, North Korea. If you take North Korea, they are siege. They are fighting for survival. You take Cuba, our trusted ally, under siege by American imperialism there. Still up to now. We hope, of course, with the new president in America, that they may still now remove the blockade. Where are the youth of SWAPO? Are you demonstrating against blockade? I haven't seen you. I haven't seen you. We are revolutionaries. Those people help us. They died there for us. Just to demonstrate, to make a statement instead of this gossiping around, to say, remove the blockade from China, from Cuba. I don't hear it, comrades. I don't hear it. We are actually now more anti-China. We, the youth, anti-China. What did China do to us? Huh? I don't know whether you know about North Korea until you saw Trump and the president hugging each other. It was shocking to me. But I don't hear either in your writings, letters you write in the newspapers and so on, you talking about those issues. If we are not trying to talk about socialism or Namibian characteristics, how? Based on what? Whom do you associate with? Who are your friends that you think of? You condemn China daily here. Soviet Union, of course, Russia is not here. Cuba, now demonstrations. Now solidarity with Cuba. We were revolutionaries. So these are the things. Now, my paper is long, but then let me also provoke you. Well, what I call Hagegen Gob's, what is it? It is his thesis. You see, when we are talking about, when we are fighting the world, you have the thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. What do we mean by that? Thesis was the enemy, basically, the capitalists. Antithesis would be those forces fighting against that. Synthesis comes from where? Now I'm looking at the world now. When I'm seeing capitalists borrowing social safety nets from socialist system. They borrow from there. The socialists are borrowing market forces from capitalist system. China has done that. They are therefore saying socialism with Chinese characteristics. They study their society. They know people want bread and butter. They don't want to just live on socialism and so on. Slogans. So they have to develop their economy, and they copied market forces. Today China is a number two, very soon number one country, number two country in the world. As a power, number two, and moving. They abolish apparently all poverty. I was reading there's a paper released. Poverty. And they are trying to share that with the world, those who are poor. But they have adjusted, refined themselves, and copied our socialism. Where are we from? Who are we? What is our culture? We come from apartheid system. We are divided. You see, you cannot export revolution, they say. You cannot just say because Chinese are saying that, we must say that too. Did we study this concept? I'm now talking about myself. Did we study that concept? Or did we jump just to say, socialism in Namibia has characteristics? What are the characteristics? Did we have studied like this first before we arrived at that? Now we got emotional, sloganeering. Now we are sending it to you, comrade, my God, and your people, to at least help us. We took a decision. We put a horse before now cart before the horse. Now please help us to study, as we are doing the debate now, and tell us what is our society. Tribalism, regionalism, corruption. Because when you are talking now, socialism, you were talking about socialism, socialist economy, where all means of production will be controlled by the state. Then they said, as you go on, socialized, owned by people communally, Hence, second phase, communism. Socialism first, socialized activities. Therefore, they were talking about weathering of the state. There will be no need for state, because people are in charge. They said that's not true. They already, first revision came there. State will be there. But the idea of communism will be that socialism, under that, socialist property ownership, socially, means of production controlled by state, and then therefore by people, commonly owned, hence communism as a second phase. It stuck with Gorbachev. China, all of them are therefore modifying. State do not weather away. And therefore, we have to now go back and look at what we are talking about, characteristics. Socialism or Chinese characteristics. When I went to China, first time, after I went to college, I saw all these luxury things. And I said, oh, comrades, what is this? Not capitalism. They said, now, 30 years ago, we changed. We opened up. But, and this is what we are missing, their system of socialism is well grounded. It will never change. Provision of services to people, ownership will never change. So therefore, when they have that now under control, they open up, which is true. Socialism is in China, no question about it. Common, state own everything. So because of that, they open up to bring in, they control. Therefore, they open up to bring in now capitalist kind of mode of development in economy. Vietnam did the same, and they are thriving. But again, because of the war, how they became a state, that's a point. How did China, Cuba, and Soviet Union become states? Through armed struggle, throughout. Therefore, you have your own conditions. You decide. How did we get our independence? Through armed struggle, but at the end negotiated. Negotiation is give and take. So 5 Western countries realized that Mozambique and Angola are going to communism. They say, well, we have our brothers in Zimbabwe, Namibia, and South Africa. We must intervene to mitigate those, to protect them, their property especially. Therefore, they involve themselves. 5 Western countries. They came in. They drafted what they call principles, constitutional principles. I was not a negotiator. SWAPO was, but I was not among those. Don't think I did it. SWAPO did it under good leadership. Negotiating with 5 Western countries, educated people, we survived. But they brought in what they call constitutional principles. Property rights. Now change there. Property rights. That means means of production, everything cannot be nationalized so easily for us. Because white people own it, therefore protect it. And the constitution that we drafted had to address that one. So anything legally already owned cannot be touched. That's our constitution. Property rights. Land problem we have here today. There is now land mentioned in the constitution. Land comes under property rights in this country. So if property is already owned, you cannot touch it. That's why we have a problem with our land question. We can change it, of course. You can have revolution. So that's the background of our constitution. Negotiated, give and take. Cuba, Russia, Soviet Union, Vietnam. Vietnam, I was watching Americans running, helicopter taking off, some grabbing from Vietnam, defeated. That's the difference. Therefore, you come with your own situation. But the world has changed. Soviet Union is not no more. When we were in Sochi, I had a private meeting with Mr. Putin, and I was talking old things. I was telling the truth. There's nobody who fought who didn't have Soviet Union support. I was talking like that. And I was saying Russians. Because Soviets were Russians. I was trying to put it that way. Because it's not changed. And then we agreed, I thought, when he was closing the meeting, he said, some people are still dreaming about the past, but we are moving on. I felt so bad. He was not talking to me. Two of us were okay, but when he was closing the meeting, some people are still dreaming about the past. We are moving on. Now, are we moving on? Are we moving on? We now got our independence through negotiated settlement. Negotiations, where you have to give and take. There are conditions in the Constitution. Now this socialism, are we going to nationalize all the means of production? Who owns the means of production in Namibia? Answer that question. Who owns it? Is it Namibians or even white Namibians? No. It's companies, foreign companies mostly, and foreigners. Now, this day and age, are you going to nationalize it? This day and age. I'm deliberately saying this day and age. Are you going to nationalize it? What will you get out of it? And you didn't defend me. I was just saying when I saw the white people standing in the lines to go and vote against SWAPO. And I did. And I said, I'm seeing that. What was racist about it? The truth. It happened. But nobody corrected and said, oh, Hage was right. So this is the problem we have here. You must know your own conditions first. What are the obtaining conditions here? Revolutions cannot be transferred, they say. Long those days already, when we were young. You must base your revolution on obtaining conditions in your country, we are told. What are the obtaining conditions in Namibia? Not in China, in Namibia. China used that to say socialist Chinese characteristics. What are their characteristics? Socialism, well ingrained. What are our characteristics? Mixed economy, not even well implemented, well defined. What are our, at economic level? Because independence we got, political independence we got. That's why my group says seek first political independence. I don't agree with him. That's why we Africans have a problem. To seek first political independence, rest will be added. By whom? So you fight for freedom, but not for others. It will be added. By God? So that's a problem. We got political independence. We fought for it. Now rest will be added. By whom? By you. So, comrades, we the leaders made a mistake because of young people to adopt this policy without studying it as we are doing now. Without studying it and look at the pros and cons and say, yes, we are adopting this. However, it's a policy. It's in your hands now. How do we go ahead to implement it? That's why you are here. To look at it, given that shortcoming, given that we are becoming more tribalistic, led by young people. Young people are becoming more tribalistic, not the old ones. I would have understood the old ones becoming tribalistic, because they are old. But the future is becoming tribalistic. Future. Which future are they leading us to? And you are young. Where are you taking us? We had only one tribe in SWAPO, SWAPO tribe, when we were fighting, to tell the truth. When we came back, of course, we had to go our different ways. We went back to our villages. We are now looking at resources, corruption. Corruption is not systemic, no endemic. Go and, as a scholar, please go and look. Graham Hopwood agreed with me, but he said endemic, but apparently systematic. Systemic and endemic are same thing. Go to dictionary and look. Same thing. So it's not endemic, it's not systemic. Because systemic country is a collapsed state. Failed state. Namibia is not. But corruption is there. As one diplomat said when we were talking, big country. Corruption is everywhere. Corruption is America. But it's what you do with it. Do you close your eyes or do you deal with it? So in your country, people are in jail. That's what he said. And it's not done that way in many African countries. So these are the things, but we are the worst enemies. SWAPO corrupt. As a party, no. SWAPO got money from there? No. Not a cent. Go and look at SWAPO's audited papers. None. But individuals, all other parties were getting, there was no law. They were getting, you don't say what is the source of that. Maybe you sponsored, which is true, there was a conference I opened there, sponsored. So in that sense, yes, but SWAPO didn't get any corrupt money in its book. Audited books, none. As he already told you that too. But if individuals got it, and they were acting as SWAPO, what you call, that's a different matter. You're not going to get my name anyway there. Since some of them are talking. You are not going to get my name there. They are talking to create doubt in people's minds. Why is he always being mentioned? Yes, I'm a worker. I'm around with people. I meet people. Yes, but you're not going to see my name there. Let me tell you that. And SWAPO's books, you're not going to see that money there. Audited books. But I want to make it clear that if individuals were given what you call to take for petrol, who they were campaigning, yes. And who didn't get it? Which party? But there is a law now. There was no law before requiring parties to declare. But now there is a law where any donation must only be done through the Secretary General of the party, not to any individual. And we have to declare the source where it comes from. That's a law now. But before that, there was no law. And all the party slash funds, when we came back here, 89, there was money here. But we beat them. Money doesn't decide always. No, it's people. So with that, I would like to say now, let me end here. Politicians, although the campaign is over, some of us get a chance. Let me now end by quoting Vietnamese revolutionary Ho Chi Minh, who said, to reap a return in 10 years, plant trees. To reap a return in 100, cultivate the people. We are cultivating you as youth so that we can go on for 100 years and more. With that, I would like to thank you. As I said, I'm not feeling well, but I tried my best. Thank you very much.
Our sovereign. We have heard you.
This will not only be a welcome document for SWAPO Party School, but it will also serve as a guide in our discussions.
We have heard you.
Formulate a strategic policy position on socialism with Namibian characteristics, which hopefully, as we go on, will be implemented. But the first step, obviously, is to change our mindset, reprogram ourselves, and ensure that there's paradigm shift to understand the policy postulation that's on the table. I would now wish to invite all to take a break, about 5 minutes break, that will allow the President to leave so that we can now start debating on the basis of his presentation and to find a way forward. So please, can we get that song again? To see the President off.
One Namibia, one. One Namibia, one.
Oh, hage, hage, oh, hage, hage, oh, hage, hage, oh, hage, hage.
One Namibia, one nation. On unemployment, we have heard you. On the economic situation, we have heard you. On the lack of decent shelter, we have heard you. On the Namibian students' financial assistance fund,
Sorry,
where scores of students are left in dire straits,
we know we had invited the media, but
implementation
your
and
invitation was only up
execution
to the
of duties,
keynote address
we
by
heard
the
you.
president. So
In the
now
fishing
you may
sector,
excuse us
where fishermen
as
lost their
we,
jobs as a
open the
consequence
debate. It's an
of
internal matter,
mismanagement,
so
we
it's
have
not open to the
heard
media.
you.
Please, thank you. Please, the ablution facilities, in case anybody wants to use the washroom and all that, it's this side, please, on this corner.
Hage Godfrey, Obo Manganifi. Hage na yo wetu wa Namibia. Hage Godfrey, Obo Manganifi. Hage na yo wetu wa Namibia. Oh Hage, Hage, oh Hage, Hage, oh Hage, Hage, oh Hage, Hage.
Ex-government, we have listened to the cries and calls of our sovereigns. We have heard you. We have heard you. One Namibia, one. One Namibia, one.
Oh Hage, Hage, oh Hage, Hage, oh Hage, Hage, oh Hage, Hage.
One Namibia, one nation. On unemployment, we have heard you. On the economic situation, we have heard you. On the lack of decent shelter, we have heard you. On the Namibian students' financial assistance fund, where scores of students are left.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, honeys and blokes, moms and pops, youngs and the old, black and white, dear comrades, together as one we can get it right. It's your captain speaking, we're about to descend from cruising altitude. We got a real big party going down at the grassroots level. Finna touch base and get back to the essence of why we started this journey. Let's go. Right about now, it's about time to sit back and relax, introspect and reflect. Return to the mission, the journey, the vision, the struggle through the hard times that brought us this beautiful sunshine. They say it takes a nation of millions to hold us back. I say, it takes a nation of millions to build a solid foundation. And even more than that, it takes vision and resilience not to lose sight of the destination. Southwest Atlantic, from the depth of the seas, all the way to Caucaland, top of the mountains. We bring you the voice of reason, the voice of the future, regenerated, revitalized, and rejuvenated. Ready to conquer and overcome. And as always, unite the sons and daughters of the motherland as one. So behold the scepter of the Kalahari, reinforced with the energy to bring life to the savannas. We about to take it to the next level. What good ain't just good, it's exceptional. When you listen to the voice of reason, there's no excuse for greatness. So expect absolute excellence and elevation in governance. Feel that blue, red, and green that's flowing through your veins. It's embedded in your spirit. Embrace and believe it. The time is now. Namibian child, the time is now. Agena yo wetu wa Namibia. Hage Godfrey Obo Manganifi. Agena yo wetu wa Namibia. Oh hage, hage, oh hage, hage, oh hage, hage, oh hage, hage, oh hage.
Government, we have listened to the cries and calls of our sovereigns. We have heard you. We have heard you. Namibia,
Kindly take
one
your seat,
nation.
please. Find a seat or
One Namibia,
the business of
one
the day starts now. Serious debate.
Oh, hage, hage, oh, hage, hage, oh, hage, hage,
Many people in
oh, hage,
socialism.
hage.
One Namibia, one nation.
I remember an instructor, Chinese instructor,
On unemployment, we have had you. On the economic situation,
military
have had
training camp,
on the lack of decent shelter, we have had you.
1975.
On the Namibian Students Financial
Simplest way to
Assistance Fund,
understand
where scores of students are left in dire straits due to poor implementation
yourself in a situation
and execution of
where
duties.
somebody points a gun
had
to
you.
your head.
In the fishing sector, where fishermen
And
lost their
command.
jobs as a
you
consequence of mismanagement, we have
Life.
heard you.
or your wallet. And obviously you will choose your life. And then he goes further to say, you gave up your wallet because of coercion. Not willingly, it's coercion. So socialism is basically freedom from that coercion. Freedom from that coercion. You can have your master's, your PhD, your whatever.
By the river Kabango, by the river Kabango, where leaders were fighting, fighting for Namibia, fighting for Namibia, fighting for our freedom, freedom and independence. Rejoice in what we say, happiness in winter, sing along in our culture. Oh yeah, rejoice in what we say, happiness in winter, sing along in our culture.
As a human being, and stop being a commodity. Because human beings are essentially commodified in a capitalist system.
Oh yeah, rejoice in what we say, happiness in winter, sing along in our culture. Oh yeah, rejoice in what we do, happiness in winter, sing along in our culture. When I was in prison, when I was in detention, under colonial oppression and suppression, rising Namibia, the land of politics, the land of politics. Rejoice in what we say, happiness in winter, sing along in our culture. Oh yeah, rejoice in what we say, happiness in winter, sing along in our culture.
How can we implement socialism? Let me call on the Vice President.
Oh by the river Kabango, by the river Kabango, where leaders were fighting, fighting for Namibia, fighting for Namibia, fighting for our freedom, freedom and independence. Rejoice in what we say, happiness in winter, sing along in our culture. Oh yeah, rejoice in what we say, happiness in winter, sing along in our culture. Happiness. Oh rejoice in what we say, happiness in winter, sing along in our culture. Oh yeah, rejoice in what we say, happiness in winter, sing along in our culture.
the SWAPO Party basic principles. When the Deputy Secretary General gave us a welcome, he also referred to our political program, because those are the principles document that are guiding us throughout. And then the third one, we are looking at the liberation struggle and the political economic emancipation. So what is that has taken us where we are? And the fourth, again, as Comrade President has mentioned, we are looking at the changing global political and economic landscape, which had happened just before our independence. And number 5, negotiated the settlement, again, Resolution 435, and the dynamics which was there that led to the adoption of this resolution. Then we are back home. We are looking at the Namibian Constitution, and then following to that, based on that Constitution, we are looking at, now we are moving from the apartheid economy to an inclusive economy, because that is what we are aiming at. And then second last, now our own ideology of socialism with Namibian characteristics before we conclude. They are very variety. The communal ownership of the vital resources and bring in another unique, possible unique characteristic of Namibia. And these are the things we need to look into as we are moving forward in order to pursue our developmental agenda. So that is briefly the historical, social, political structure of Namibia, and we can elaborate on it as we are moving forward. Then I come now to the SWAPO Party basic principle, which are solidarity, freedom, and justice. And to demonstrate that SWAPO Party remains firm on its basic principle, one can look at the party constitutions, how it addressed the party ideology over the years. Because when we talk about the socialist ideology, as the Deputy Secretary General has mentioned, it has been with us all the time. When I was attending classes at the Lenin High Consumer School, after a long lectures, discussion, and so on, then the summary was, when you talk about socialism, you are basically talking about taking care of the well-being of the society, socially and economically, so that each and every citizen or member of the society should benefit from what is available in that particular community or in that particular society. So that is how it was summarized for us to understand what it means when we talk about socialism. So that is why from the beginning when SWAPO was formed, the care and the protection of the society has been always the guiding principle, and it continues to be a guiding principle. And I want to quote the different SWAPO constitutions as they were being amended at different stages. I will start with the constitution adopted in 1976 in Lusaka, Zambia. And I quote 2 paragraphs. The first one, to ensure that the people's government exercise effective control over the means of production and distribution and pursue a policy of which facilitate the way to social ownership of all the resources of the country. There's the first quote from that constitution, and then the second one, to work towards creating a non-exploitative a non-oppressive, classless society. So those are the two quotations from the SWAPO Constitution adopted in Lusaka in 1976. Then I go to the SWAPO Constitution adopted in Kambuta Kwanza Sulu, Angola, 1983. It reads as follows, and I quote. Also, here I'll take one quote, two quotes. To work towards the creation of a non-exploitative and non-oppressive classless society on the basis of the principle of scientific socialism. So here the principle of scientific socialism has been added. And then to fight underdevelopment, poverty, illiteracy, and disease. So this is the main objective when you are talking about socialism, is to fight underdevelopment, poverty, illiteracy, and disease. Then the Constitution adopted in 1991 in Windhoek, Namibia, to promote accelerated economic development and to create a balance and interlink between the primary and the secondary sector of our economy in order to promote self-reliance and the upliftment of the standard of living of the vast majority of Namibian people. So here we are talking about the vast majority of the Namibian people, that they need to, their living standard need to be uplifted, because we know now where they are, and that's why that was necessary. And then the Constitution adopted in Windhoek, Namibia, 1998 in Swakopmund. And in Swakopmund 2013, to invest by way of acquiring share or otherwise in any viable business venture or enterprises. So here again, we feel as a party, and knowing what is happening in the country, it is then our responsibility to have those shares in order to ensure that the resources are properly distributed. And then the same Constitution now, which we amended, the last one, in 2018, which is now to promote, number one, the ideology of SWAPO Party is socialism with Namibian characteristics. There's now our amendment of 2018. It employs the open market principle and technique to develop the Namibian economy. So here we are recognizing that within our mixed economy, then there should be open market principle, not just to think about the socialism in the way we have been looking at it, and I'll come back when I come to other chapters. And this, the Constitution continues to say, to fight underdevelopment, poverty, literacy, and disease. So these are the principles that have been there all the time. And I'm sure all of you, you have access to all these amended constitutions, because as party leaders, as party members, this is our guiding principle. And you cannot afford not to have this document, because when you don't know where you are coming from, you will not know where you are and where you are going. So that's why it's very important that these documents, we continue to make them our reference document. And it will also help you when some people start to say, SWAPO has lost a vision. What makes you to think SWAPO have lost a vision when we have all these documents that we know has been guiding us? Having now looked at the principles, I want us now to move to the liberation struggle and the political and economic emancipation. Now, learning from the SWAPO Constitution, it is clear that the liberation struggle was based on waging the struggle towards the abolishment of all forms of exploitation of men by men and this destructive spirit of individualism and accumulation of wealth and power by individual groups and classes. So that's why you hear people talking about our struggle was about land. Why do we have to say that? That is because when the colonizers came in to empower themselves, the first thing they did is to take over the land, because the land is very important in any developmental program. Everything stands on the land. Everything stands on the land, from your house to your industry and everything. So that's why those are very, very important. Those common president could say, if you want to clap, clap. If you don't want to clap, don't clap. I have learned that. Those commitment of SWAPO points to the party's socialist idea that has been very consistent. Socialists rest upon political economy in its widest sense, that is, upon the manner in which the wealth is produced and distributed by those who form part of the society at the given time. So how those who are in the society and those who are having the power and the responsibility are distributing those resources. But if they are guided by the principle of socialism, which is to take care of the society, it will run to the benefit of all. Then I move to the changing global political and economic landscape. In the 80s, the world had experienced a changing global political and economic landscape that led to a certain extent shifting ideological landscape in many parts of the globe. Como President referred here to Gorbachev, and this perestroika, or what is called the openness, which happened in the USSR. Also the fall of the Berlin Wall, and of course the end of the Cold War. That change has really a significant impact even to some of us who were waging our struggle for independence. And that had a negative effect, not only in the liberation movement, among the liberation movement or towards the liberation movement, but the whole working class of the socialist countries. And it just happened at the time we were to get our independence. And the party leaders have really to think very quick and strategically that with the weak socialist countries, with the end of the Cold War, if we have to be so difficult and say we continue the liberation struggle, are we going to be better off, or it is better that we go into negotiation and see what we can get so that we can go home and manage our own business in our own territory? I'm sure it was a very difficult decision to be made, but it was a reality that you could not rely on a country like Cuba to do everything against the whole capitalist or Western world. And because Soviet Union was no more there, and even before that, they have changed. There is a book by Fidel Castro where they have explained the situation when the Michel crisis happened between the Cuba and the American. A delegation from the Cuban Communist Party was sent to the Soviet Union. And they had very intense discussions with the Communist Party. And according to that book, they were informed that we want to tell you, if the Americans move from where they are now, we are not going to help you. It's in the book. But then, when Raul came back, who was leading the delegation, and gave the report to Fidel, then it was decided that the report of Raul should be agreed by the Central Committee without it being opened. Nowadays in Namibia, if you have to have something like that, the way we talk, what is in it? Corruption, what? Because if that report was disclosed and the American got hold of it, Cuba will not be what it is here today. So things have changed at that time. And that's why even our leadership have to think very fast so that we can at least get the best we could get at the time. Then I now move to the negotiated settlement, which is Resolution 435. Namibian struggle was waged on 3 fronts: political, diplomatic, and military. The diplomatic front involved both our friends and adversary, as the President has mentioned. When they realized that the independence of Namibia cannot be stopped, then they also thought very quickly, how can we protect our interests? And hence these principles. And then Resolution 435. Maybe you know that Soviet Union and China abstain from Resolution 435. I'm right, eh? They abstained from Resolution 435 because they could see the interest is the Western countries protecting their properties in Namibia when the country gets independence. We also knew, but we say, where do we go? Because the situation has changed. Let us go into the country and see how we are going to manage the situation. So it is therefore be recognized that independence, and in line with the political settlement that brought the warring parties to a table, the economic foundation of independent Namibia were negotiated as contained in the national constitution. Those principles, they become part of the national constitution. Otherwise, we could have reached a deadlock, and then where would we be today? However, our government, in the interest of reconciliation and healing the nation of the trauma of civil war, we opted for what we call a mixed economy. An economic model was adopted. The mixed economy was adopted as our model so that we can try how we can accommodate our basic principle within the reality of the situation at hand. And that mixed economy recognized the private property rights. And of course, remember, that Namibia has become a multi-party democracy. You see, when we were working on all this constitution of ours before independence, what was in our mind? We were going to have a one-party state. And then we can dictate as to what we want to do. But that did not happen. We have become a constitutional multi-party democracy. Of course, in 1989, under the UN-supervised election, SWAPO won and became or created or given a mandate by the people of Namibia to direct Namibia's future. And that has to be done within the confines of the Namibian Constitution. Then I now move from a president to the Namibian Constitution. Now is the land right. Article 3, Chapter 6 of Namibian Constitution is the core of the constitutional principles which are mentioned above. And I just want to quote two paragraphs. A, all persons shall have the right in any part of Namibia to acquire, own, and dispose all forms of immovable and movable properties individually or in association with others, and to bequeath their property to their high and legatees, provided that Parliament may, by legislation, prohibit or regulate as it deems expeditious the right to acquire property by persons who are not Namibian citizens. And B, the state or a competent body or organ authorized by law may expropriate property in public interest, subject to payment of just, that word is catch, just compensation in accordance with requirements and procedures to be determined by Parliament. Because who is going to determine that just? That's another issue. And you remember it really became very difficult. The classic example we know is the Ongombo farm. Who doesn't know the story of the Ongombo farm? So we all know about it. However, considering that economic transformation is needed, some important laws were passed immediately after our independence. And this is now the SWAPO Party-led government doing its best to be in line with its basic principle of justice, freedom, and solidarity. Those in order to take care of the broad masses of our people. I will only refer to three important legislation which were adopted immediately after independence because it was needed for the transformation of our economy. This is the Affirmative Action Act, the Agricultural Commercial Land Act, and the Communal Land Act. The aim is to bring about a balanced development. How this instrument helps us, we are going to look at it later, and these are the things that we need to analyze and to say what happened if we feel they have not served us. But as a party that was found necessary, that these three instruments, legal instruments, are very, very much important if we have to bring about a balanced development in our country. Then we come to from an apartheid economy to an inclusive economy. At independence, we know that what was here is the apartheid economy. But post-Cold War has given birth to economies in transition. However, such a description does not fit in the Namibian context, particularly that economies in transitions refers to countries that are usually in the transition of central planned economy, such as socialism, to some form of market-based economy, and for Namibia is the other way around. You see, the socialist countries, they were coming from the command economy, the planned economy, the socialist economy. And then they have now to bring in some elements of the market economy in order to be in line with what was happening at the time and to create the balance. Namibia had inherited an apartheid capitalist economy that exclude indigenous Namibians based on exploitation of cheap black labor and the routing of the natural resources by multinationals. Como President asked us a question here, who owns the means of production in Namibia? And the answer is multinationals. And this is now the economy that we have inherited. But we have to bring in an inclusive economy, whereby we should try to make the Namibians also to be part of this process. We looked at our big economic sectors, and the east one was the fishery sector. You remember at independence, we have adopted this principle of Namibianization of the fishing industry. And Namibians were given preferential treatment when it comes to allocation of the fish quota. The unfortunate, I think our president talked about the importance of education and to understand why this is happening. Unfortunately, possible we have not prepared our people properly, and many people have to sell their quotas. And then the industry has to go back to the hands of multinationals. So we have then to think again, how do we do this? Hence the strengthening of our fishing industry at the time. So this is the challenge that we have faced in now moving from apartheid economy to inclusive economy. And then the affirmative action loans to the agri-bank was set up in order to allow the Namibians also to get land and to get into the farming, agriculture being one of the important economic sector. Unfortunately, some people went there and maybe we have also not prepared properly, and the land become idle and not really fully utilized. These are the things we have to analyze and to see how do we pick up, because it's necessary for us really to have an inclusive economy. Como President, I'm moving to second last, which is now socialism with the Namibian characteristics. Very interesting one. Yes, we have all mentioned here that this is our decision as party members, represented by our representative at the Extraordinary Congress, which took place on the 30th November to the 1st December 2018, and SWAPO Party amended its constitution, whereby clearly defined the party ideology, which I quote, "The ideology of the party is socialism with Namibian characteristics. It employs the open market principle and technique to develop Namibian economy." Yes, socialism is understood as a system whereby the community and of course the government, rather than the individuals in a community, owns and manages property and natural resources on behalf of all. So that is what it means, and that's how it's understood. So that is to say the means of production, which is anything that is needed to create wealth, such as mines, industries, railway, financial institutions, and others, are vested in the people through the state. Now, when we talk about apartheid economy and inclusive, how easy is it for us now to come to the point when anything that is needed to create wealth, which is mines, industry, railway, financial institution, can be brought into the hands of the people through the state in the situation where we find ourselves. That is what we have to answer. That's the question that we have to answer. Guided by the socialist norm, after independence, talking to his party college, Kwame Nkrumah had this to say, and I quote, "We have embarked on a socialist path to progress. We want to see full employment, good housing, and equal opportunity for education, cultural development for all the people to the highest level possible. This means that prices of goods must not exceed wages. House rental must be within the means of all groups. Social welfare service must be open to all. Education and culture immunities must be available to everyone." End of the quote. Now, to do all this, do we necessarily need to make sure that all the means of production are in the hands of the people through the state, or in the situation in which we find ourselves, we are able to meet these objectives? I'm leaving it to this meeting and to SWAPO Party members to critically analyze it and come up with an answer. Because the reality of the situation where you live, that's where you need to focus and see how best you can really provide the necessary service to our people. It's clearly defined, SWAPO has clearly defined its ideology, but since 1990, and then that speaks itself that we have not lost our vision. But we have just to adjust to the reality of the situation. Therefore, the main question we have to answer now, under a multi-party system, under a capitalist system, we talk about mixed economy, but also we need to be realistic. We are more on the capitalist side than the socialist side. Now, under that situation, how do we fully implement our party ideology of socialism with the Namibian characteristics? Now we have adopted it, we have told the Namibian people, and we must live with it. We have just to do something in order for us to meet their aspiration. And their aspiration is really social well-being. Their aspiration is to eradicate poverty, which Kwame President declared when he took his first oath in office in 2015, which means is something which is doable, and definitely we can do it. China, as Kwame President mentioned, is one country that has adopted an economic system which they call socialism with the Chinese characteristics. The fundamental question is whether Chinese socialism can be exported and to made functional in Namibia. Can we do that? Namibia has a different political and economic structure from that of China. China is a one-party state, and the Communist Party has the final say in everything that is happening in that country. The party leadership is felled all over, and the majority, if not all members of the party, are acting in unison. That's now in China. In addressing the 9th National Congress of the Communist Party, President Jinping had this to say, and I quote, "In our party, each and every one of us must always breathe the air as the people, share the same future, stay truly connected to them. The aspiration of the people to live a better life must always be the focus of our efforts. We as Namibians, we as SWAPO members, deep in our hearts, in everything we do, whether we are in our offices, whether we are in our houses, do we really put it that the aspiration of the people should live a better life is what we focus on?" He went further to say, "We must keep on striving with endless energy towards the great goals of national rejuvenation." Now, Common President tells us we should move on the same direction. No one should be left out. Are we really moving on the same direction? Are we breathing the same air? Are we really sure that what you are doing it to make sure that nobody has been left out? You know, in every system, a president's statement is a policy. A president's statement is a policy. And I hope we know that. And if we don't know, it's time for us to know. President Jinping went further to say, and I quote, "In addition to uphold and develop socialism with Chinese characteristics, we should, based on the new brackets, undertake theoretical analysis and produce policy guidelines on the economy, political affairs, rule of law, science and technology, culture, education and well-being of our people, ethnic and religious affairs, social development and economic environment, eco-environment, national security, defense and armed force, the principle of one country, two systems." We know we are talking about China. "The national reunification, the united front, foreign affairs, and the strengthening of the party." To what extent are we involved in understanding the issues of foreign affairs? Como President here was talking about what is happening in Venezuela, what is happening in Cuba. What are we doing as party members? Because this is how we can articulate the party's foreign affairs. And that is how you can also encourage the government when they are managing nationally, international foreign affairs. Because we have to hear what does SWAPO says, and then that is how we move. So that is how now they feel when they talk about the socialism with the Chinese characteristic. Therefore, as much as we can learn from China, we have to identify, understand the unique characteristics of our economy, both socially, politically, and economically. One has to accept that China is moving from a command economy, which is socialist communist economy, to a market economy, which is the capitalist economy. And you see, in so doing, because the command economy, it was so controlled, and in order for you to move to the market economy, some people to a certain extent they will get immediate benefit, things that they were not getting from the command economy. For example, if you are made a managing director of a state-owned enterprise, knowing that you are competing with the international multinationals, they will give you some sort of some benefits so that you will be able to fulfill that assignment. But if you have to move from the capitalist economy to the command economy, then you, to a certain extent, you need to lose some of the benefit so that we can balance and try then to move up. And that is the challenge that we are facing in our country within our mixed economy. So therefore, these are the things we have to look at. And in China, both the Communist Party of China and the government have established think tanks made up of people who are highly respected, experienced in different sectors of socio-economic life. And it's the outcome of the work of the think tank that guide the formulation of the party and government policies and implementation. But that is what we are lacking in Namibia. That's what we are lacking. Of course, we are coping. We have also our think tank. But what analysis are they making? What policy guidelines that are coming? So we are here really to try to make critical analysis of ourselves so that we can meet the aspiration of our people. Yes, think tank is very critical in the transformation process. For us to be effective, to put into motion the party ideology, there is a need for an analysis of Namibia's social formation within the context of the process through which capital is accumulated and the contradiction between class forces through which it takes place. From that analysis, it will be possible to formulate specific forms, institutions, and ideology to collectively enhance various class forces that are vital elements in the implementation of socialism with the Namibian characteristics. And the party think tank is the right body to do that. To come up with proper principle of socialism that can be upheld to enable us to achieve party's commitment to the people's dream and aspiration, that is to eradicate poverty. So while the SWAPO Party, where we school, where we are now, is to train ideologically well-grounded party cadres who should translate and implement the party ideology within the party and government. Ours is not just a normal academic institution that can give you a certificate and then you say you can go and look for a job. That's not the idea. When we set up a party school, it's a school that must train ideologically well-grounded party cadres who should translate and implement the party ideology within the party and the government. So, and I hope that's what is happening, because that's what we want to see. It's not just academic, it's not just a paper, it's an ideological school. It's an ideological school. Ideological clarity and revolutionary commitment will be only ability that will help the party cadres to understand where they are leading the people to. We should not allow pseudo-revolutionaries, pseudo-socialists to push and direct and perceive party ideology. That will bring confusion. That will bring confusion. People who are singing party ideology and they don't know what they are talking about. It will bring confusion. Como rector, party ideology must come from here. It is thus important. Now I'm looking at my secretary here in front of me. It is therefore important that SWAPO Party Youth League should fully utilize the party school and even guide it. Tell the party school what you want to learn in terms of our ideology, so that the party ideology can filter into the future generation, because that's only we can guarantee the sustainability of the SWAPO Party, even when some of us are deep feet under the ground. Because with over 62% of the Namibian population under the age of 35, it is important to have a good pool of young people who are fully equipped with the party ideology, as that will bring about strong, clear, and effective intergenerational system. It will bring about a clear and effective intergenerational system, because we know who is who in the party when they are all clear about the party ideology. Therefore, colleagues, in this situation, it's now our responsibility to make sure that we define everything clearly, understanding our own situation. The affirmative action and the land laws mentioned above are very important to address the social evils in our country. However, for these programs to make significant impact, we need a clear mind and focus by the party and the government in totality. In defining the government, Nyerere had this to say, and I quote, "When I say their own government, I don't mean a few ministers sitting somewhere around the Council of Ministers. I mean every man and woman in the country who is in position of responsibility, in local government, in trade union, in cooperative union, in the political movement, and in the central government itself." End of quote. You are there, you are given a responsibility, and you refer to the government, and you are working in the government office, and you are distancing yourself from the government. The government is not doing this, the government is not doing this. We just become complaining, and doing nothing in the process. And that is how we are undermining our good policies that are in place. Therefore, anyone who's working in the government, that person is in government. And one has to be committed, faithful to the task given to him or her. The system has also to be strong and firm to ensure that everyone is accountable and made accountable timelessly. Well, overreaction is not the way to go. Inaction is the biggest enemy to progress. We don't need to overreact on things. We must be quick to analyze and see what is happening and then act on time. Otherwise, we are going to undermine our own progress. And using Nyerere's definition of the government, I could also it when it comes to the party. Therefore, when you are a SWAPO Party member, you are the party. Hence, it's important for party discipline at all times. Members must understand and take their responsibility very seriously. While recognizing the difference between the social and economic structure between Namibia and China, one thing we can get from them is discipline. They are very disciplined, and that we can inherit. It does not require any sophistication. It just requires change of mind and change of attitude. And then we become a disciplinary party. Whereby as a member of the party, when you have joined, you know that you have joined SWAPO not for self-material interest, but you join SWAPO because you believe on SWAPO ideology, on SWAPO value and ethics. And I believe we understand what we are talking about when we talk about ideology, when we talk about value, when we talk about ethics. Because ideology is an idea and vision that makes logic. So you first read the SWAPO Constitution, and you say what is here is making logic. So therefore, I want to be part of it. Particularly that is based on solidarity, freedom, and justice. And you must always think of being in solidarity with others. When you are not honest, when you are given a responsibility, you are not in solidarity. When you are cheating, there is no justice, then you are working against the SWAPO ideology. Our values are embodied in the principle of honesty, integrity, and helpfulness. Those are the values of SWAPO. That when you are a SWAPO functionary, when you are a SWAPO member, honesty, integrity, and helping others should be the values that have to guide you. Again, ethics is integrity, conscience, and principles that govern people's belief and conduct. You must be properly conducted as a SWAPO member in order for us to move forward. So therefore, discipline is very, very important. You cannot just do what you want. And integrity, a SWAPO member, a SWAPO functionary, a SWAPO responsible person, and you are drunk on duty. Honestly, you are destroying the party if you don't know that. You are the biggest enemy of destroying the party. You go in the public, you behave in a way that is, once you are a party member, once you are a party functionary, you are no longer yourself. You belong to all party members, and your behavior is very, very important, because that's what will lead us to effectively implement our program, which is to ensure self-delivery. When you are given a responsibility, you must do it to the latter, particularly when you are a SWAPO functionary. And understand your constitution and work within it, because it's your guiding document at all times. Como President talked about corruption. Corruption has become a common word in our country. It's a word which is talked a lot. And of course, no one says there is no corruption. No one says there is no corruption. However, we are saying, because there is a say also to say that water does not move when there is nothing moving it. And that is why all our leaders, from the founding president to the second president to the current president, there is a call for us to fight corruption. And we must do that. Unfortunately, the whole thing now is being politicized in order to destroy SWAPO. And as SWAPO members, we must be careful not to play in their hands and to help them in their destruction of our party. There is now an audio which is circulating, and it's very threatening. How do they overthrow governments? In the history of Africa, normally when you reach 15, 20 years, they have to target you. Some of us now, we have gone to 30 years. then they are very angry. And they will do everything possible to make sure that they have unset this government, particularly liberation movement governments. And it's us who must really be on offensive not to allow this to happen. One of the things they mention, they say, is to fund opposition parties. Comrades, we are all here in Namibia. A party has been created today, and tomorrow they have hundreds of cars running all over the country. Where does the money come from? Just ask yourself, and is that not tantamount to corruption? Is that not tantamount to corruption? And is that a SWAPO who got that money? As it was mentioned here by former president, we cannot condone corruption, comrades. SWAPO is not a corrupt party. SWAPO is a part of integrity. I said it in Parliament in Venani that integrity is a too big word. I said that's what SWAPO is. You go to our books. Individuals who are corrupt, they can never be defended by SWAPO. Let the institution responsible, if they know them, let them arrest them, let them call them in for questioning. SWAPO party and its government will never stop anybody to be arrested, will never stop anybody to be questioned, either by the police or by the Anti-Corruption Commission, because we also want corruption not to make roots in our country. We want to arrest it, so they should really do their work. You know, in his book, Freedom and Uhuru, which is Uhuru na Umoja, Nyerere wrote, and I quote, is my mentor, my president, I believe myself corruption and bravery is the greatest enemy to the welfare of people in peacetime than war. I believe myself corruption in a country should be treated in almost the same way as you treat treason. End of quote. That's Nyerere. That corruption should be treated as treason. When you are getting involved in corruption, you should know you are committing treason. And that's a serious crime. That's a serious crime. So therefore, we need, as a party, as party members, as party functionaries, to be away, even as individuals, to be away from this war during the peacetime. Otherwise, our country will not move. Against that background, as we embark, that was my conclusion. Yeah, that's since the inception, that's my conclusion. Against that background, we embark upon our journey of transforming to address and fight underdevelopment, poverty, illiteracy, and disease. In line with the SWAPO Party Constitution, we must be guided by the party basic principle of solidarity, freedom, and justice. As SWAPO members, particularly the youth, as the future of the party depends on the young, party discipline must be a must, and unless one has joined with a mission to destroy the party, every party member discipline is a must. Thank you for taking much time, but you gave me a subject which is dear to my heart. Thank you, Comrade President.
Thank you, Comrade Vice President, for reminding us of the principles of the SWAPO Party: solidarity, freedom, and justice, which is the benchmark of our ideological setting. The Vice President also reminded us of our natural instincts as human beings and encapsulated those into two aspects. The first being, leaders are politically trained members of the party. The Chinese Communist Party is composed of a few million Chinese, but China has about 2-point-something billion people. The difference with us is we feel so good when we go to a village and recruit the chief, and then the chief comes with 50 of his subjects. On the same day, all those subjects become members of the party. So that is a disease that continues to eat at the heart of the party. Because we have in our midst leaders who have never been members of the party. Yes, you can be a sympathizer. Yes, you can be a supporter of the party. But you need to attain certain criteria to become a member of the party. That's why most of our people are found wanting to actually even understand the simple ideological stance of the party or the historical background of the party, where the party came from, where it is today, and where it's supposed to be going to. So these are the things that we need. We need, first of all, you can have all these systems, you can have all the ideology, but if you do not have a trained cadre that understands that ideology, that understands how to implement that ideology, all your plans will just move with perennial waters. As Comrade Chiryange likes to say, we have cocktail members of the party. It's a mixture of everything else. And for you to be able to find an apple in that cocktail, it will take you a long time. But you find the orange in the cocktail becomes the head. All right? Anyway, let me now call on Comrade Dr. Wadhuva Kaumbi to, basically, his task is to unpack this socialism with Namibian characteristics. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, sure.
Thank you very much, Comrade Moderator, Comrade Dr. Mubita. He has made the task a lot more difficult. Let me acknowledge Your Excellency, Comrade Dr. Hage Geingob, President of the SWAPO Party and also President of our Republic, and also Honorable Comrade Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, the Vice President of the SWAPO Party, and also the Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic, and Comrade Mitri. He likes the word Mitri. By Mitri, Comrade Mitri Marco Hausiku, the Deputy Secretary General, and also the Director of the SWAPO Party School, where we have gathered here. And I must say, actually, if you wonder why I'm actually speaking here, Comrade Mitri is the man to ask. He's the one who sneaked me into to this thing here. And I want to thank you very much, Comrade Mitri. And of course also the comrades, members of the SWAPO Party Central Committee and the Politburo, and the party functionaries who are present here, and also those who are participating via our live stream. I'd just like to thank you for that. It's very, very difficult to talk after such great presentations by Comrade President and the Vice President, also the Director. They've really hammered home essential issues about what the party is at, where it's coming from, and the importance of socialism, and then looking at specifically at the characteristics of our country and how we can define or conceptualize socialism with Namibian characteristics. I'll be very brief because we have, the time has moved on, so there will be a few sections that I will be skipping. I've prepared a small presentation, and some of you can follow it on the screens there in front of you, and then as we go along. So the question is, why are we discussing this? And there I will not spend a lot of time because Chief, next. Yeah, right. So the question is, why are we discussing this? I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this one because this question was answered by the President and also the Vice President and the Rector as to where the historical ideological history of the party, starting, of course, from way back and the 1976 political program, and then also, of course, the SWAPO Party election manifesto. I would like to actually just mention that one of 1989, where it says that as a movement committed, and I think the Community Director also mentioned that, committed to the values of social justice, solidarity, and public interest, SWAPO does not conceal, and that's very, very important as we go forward, its belief in the moral superiority of socialism over capitalism. Egalitarianism forms the basis of its vision in just society. So we'll come back to that, I think, once we start to unpack the ideological basis for socialism with Namibian characteristics. And of course, also that was mentioned, the party constitution, also Article 2. I think you can proceed. You just move next. Go to the next one. Yes. Okay, the next slide now. Yeah. So the next one talks about the SWAPO Party constitution. Article 2, it was also already mentioned. Can you move to the next one, please? It says here that the ideology of the party is socialism with Namibian characteristics. Maybe the next point, yes, next please. The next point is important. It says that it employs the principles of open market, or it employs open market principles and techniques to develop the Namibian economy. Now, some people would say maybe that's a contradiction in terms, because on the first sentence you talk about socialism, and the next one you're talking about open market. But I think those are the challenges, as the President mentioned, those are the issues that we need to interrogate as we move forward. Next slide, please. Now, I think this is where I want to be spending most of my time, is with the next part of my presentation. From the President, I need to inform you that a few comrades have come together and they formed a WhatsApp group called Socialism with Namibian Characteristics. The discussion group, it contains a few members, including, I think, also the Comrade Vice President and some members of the top four, and really activists in the party. Comrade Likoro, who's sitting here, and the late Comrade Mandela Kapere, they were the masterminds behind this. So in this discussion group, of course, there is a diverse group of people, and there were questions that were asked. Some people were asking, but what is this socialism with Namibian characteristics? And of course, we have the die-hard Marxist-Leninists also in the group who were saying Marxism-Leninism should be the basis, should be the foundation of the socialism with Namibian characteristics. And then there's others who were saying, but is Marxism-Leninism still relevant today? And I think, Comrade President, you touched on this one here. And others say, do we really need socialism in Namibia, considering the failure, quote unquote, of socialist and communist countries? Because there are those who say socialism has failed, Soviet Union has collapsed, etc., etc. So why do we still talk about socialism? And so that is why now we need to talk about it. And then we also have Article 98, Sub-Article 1 of the Namibian Constitution, which prescribes the principles of a mixed economy. I think Comrade Vice President also dwelt extensively on this one here. So is there such a thing as a mixed economy? What is a mixed economy really, you know? Because ideologically there's nothing like that. And we'll unpack that. So, but what does it mean? And I'm sure, and Comrade President mentioned that at independence there are a lot of compromises that had to be made, concessions that had to be made, and that's maybe one of the results of these concessions here. And so these people then continue to ask, but is socialism with Namibian characteristics is not a violation of the constitution. If the constitution says that it should be a mixed economy, whatever that means. So why are we talking about socialism? Why are we not talking about mixed economy, maybe with Namibian characteristics instead? And then, of course, there were other questions about how do we implement socialism with Namibian characteristics in view of the New World Order. I think the Communist President and the Vice President also mentioned about that. Whatever that means, the New World Order, whether it's now, used to be a bipolar world in those days with the Cold War. Do we now have only one superpower, or do we have China now coming up as well? So what is the role of socialism in this New World Order? And of course also the fourth industrial revolution. Do we need socialism still? Because the fourth industrial revolution is understood by people to mean that actually it has obviated the need for socialism. So these are some of the questions that have been asked on the group, and these are the questions that we've been engaged with Communist President to try and get answers to. And the answers, we have not finalized it yet. We are still obviously developing the answers. We are discussing. And then finally, which is the one that I'm going to be dealing with today, is on how do we conceptualize socialism with Namibian characteristics. We can talk a lot of politics, we can talk a lot of stuff, but in the end, we need to come up with a conceptual framework. And maybe because we're also at a party school, and Communist President, there's a challenge that also that we need to develop it further. Maybe it was done in a hurry, as he said, maybe it was emotional, whatever the case was. But now we need to develop it further. Maybe we put, as he said, maybe the cart before the horse, whatever the case was. Do we now perhaps get together and say, what is it, ideologically, conceptually, so that we understand and move forward? And this will become important, especially when I start talking about the example, the case study of China, how they have defined their Chinese, socialism with Chinese characteristics. Yeah, so, yes, thanks very much for that slide. Now, that is the important slide for me here today. No, go back. Yeah, that one there, I don't know if you can see, sorry, the sun is playing havoc here. But what we have there is a diagram to try and sort of summarize conceptually or diagrammatically the discussions on this group, the questions that I was asking earlier, to try and put them in the conceptual framework, so to speak, with socialism with Namibian characteristics at the center. We have at the top there Marxism-Leninism. Of course, we can add Mao's. In China, they would add the Mao thought, they would add the three represents, and they would add all sorts of things there. So the idea is that when we talk about socialism, we cannot run away from talking about Marxism-Leninism, because that should be the ideological foundation. And then, of course, we need to move further and say, look, yes, having considered that is the ideological foundation, there's also the fact that we are an African country. There's Pan-Africanism, and Communist Vice President, I think you spent a lot of time on that one, quoting your mentor, Mwalimu Nyerere, the issues of African Marxism, with Walter Rodney, George Patmore, all those guys, and African humanism also, as you talk about Dr. Kaunda, and I think the Communist moderator also mentioned that. So how do we also bring it into our understanding or conception of socialism with Namibian characteristics? And then we said, look, let's also look at some case studies, because people talk about the failure, quote unquote, of some countries that were regarded as socialist. I mean, the president talked about the Soviet Union and his conversation with Comrade Putin. So what happened in the USSR with perestroika and glasnost, and all of these things there? Those are case studies that we need to undertake. I'm not going to deal with them here. I'm just, raising them, and because those are issues that were raised in this group. We need to talk about Cuba, and I think that one was also raised. The president talked about that, and vice president also. What happened with Cuba? Is it still socialist, and so forth? How are they dealing with it? Tanzania, Communist Vice President talked about the Ujamaa, what happened to it, and some people also talk about the late Pombe Magufuli in his approach, towards solving the problems in Tanzania. So those are all the issues that when we study these cases, although of course I agree that we cannot just import them as they are, but there could be very valuable lessons, and I think I will highlight one or two of them when I talk about China in a moment. And then there were those who said, but let's look at the fourth industrial revolution. you know, as we know now that the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence and all of that, how does that impact our conception of socialism and the New World Order as I talked about? And what are the other contemporary issues like, for instance, climate change and all of those things there? And of course, the SWAPO Party, you know, the Constitution, I think it was dealt with very eloquently by the President and the Vice President. The political program of 1976, because when some of us look at that and the reference to scientific socialism, I mean, we get very, very excited. And the people ask the question, but then what happened? You know, how did we come from this very explicit ideological position of scientific socialism to where we are today? And fortunately now, we are slowly reverting to that by saying, yes, let's look at socialism now, but with Namibian characteristics. And then, of course, finally, the Namibian Constitution. I already made reference to that in terms of the article dealing with the mixed economy. We have issues of the NDP 5, Harambee Prosperity Plan 2 now, and the green schemes, the growth at home, and the blue economy, and all of those things there. So how do we bring all of those things there? And I think we were given the task by the President to go and identify those specific characteristics instead of just borrowing from other people. What are those issues? You mentioned tribalism as an example. What are those specific characteristics in Namibia that are important that we need to consider as we move forward? Next slide, please. So please excuse me if I move a bit fast, but just trying to allow more time for the discussion. The next slide again also is very briefly, because sometimes we get lost in the maze of terminologies, and sometimes we use terminologies meaning different things. So that is why I just wanted us to be maybe on the same base with a common denominator to understand this. Because I think when we talk about especially the Chinese model, there will be a lot of reference to the productive forces and things like that. So we need to understand what they mean and how the Chinese model is not just really a return to capitalism, but actually a reinterpretation of the Marxist-Leninist model and socialism in moving forward in actually making it relevant. So I think you start off by saying the basic understanding of Marx and Engels, of course, and Lenin is that society they divided conceptually into two strata or two, yeah. The bottom, the real significant one, the economic base or the infrastructure, that's really where things are happening. Okay, and we'll go a bit further into that one as well. And then you have the superstructure, you know, that contains now your political systems, the educational system, religious systems. And the understanding is that there is a relationship, as you can see the big arrow there, the biggest relationship according to Marx is that the economic base, your mode of production at the bottom, determines the superstructure. If you have a capitalist mode of production, it is very likely that the educational system, the court system, the legal, everything is determined by the capitalist way of thinking. Because they have to preserve themselves, they have to preserve the system, so they have to ensure, just like the Communist Vice President was saying, the party must ensure that the party school trains those cadres. So we must entrench the ideology of the party. The same way the system also does that. They entrench themselves through the way we think, the media and all of those things there, because that's all part of it. Of course, there are those who say, look, there's also a reverse relationship, but the predominant relationship is in a one-way direction where the way we think, and we all know that, those of us who were trained in the Bantu education system where we were trained to be, hewers of wood and drawers of water and things like that, that obviously also conditioned the way people thought. So, and the idea is that some people think that by only changing the superstructure, by changing the political system, now we have our own parliament, we have all this, we have changed the system. But according to this model, you have not really done much. It's good, and I think the President also mentioned about Kwame Nkrumah, that Sigi first the political kingdom, and that you disagree with that. I also agree with you in your disagreement, Communist President, because it doesn't work that way, because it ignores the relationship or the conditioning relationship of the economic, of the base. So something has to be done about the actual base of the society in order to ensure that your changes in the political system actually bear fruit. Now, very briefly also to show that this economic infrastructure, what we call the mode of production, and this is very important because that is how we need to understand what socialism means. Because there's mode of production, the way they define it is that it consists of your productive forces and the social relations of production. So your productive forces are consisting of your means of production and the labor power. The means of production, I think it was mentioned earlier, your minerals or whatever, your resources, your instruments, the equipment that you use. What are the things that you use in order to make production possible? Whether it's to produce food, or cars, or whatever the case might be. And how do the people relate in that production process? You know, because we know in capitalism that you have, of course, the bourgeoisie. I think we were told earlier that the means of production are owned by the multinationals. So you find that these are private people who own these means of production. How did that happen? Because production, according to Marx, is social. People work together. In a factory, you find hundreds and thousands of people working as a social group. They produce the wealth, but the wealth is actually privatized, belongs to other people. So there's a contradiction there, and this contradiction that Marx believes can drive society forward, because that contradiction is not sustainable. It has to be resolved, and in the process of resolving this contradiction, society changes, and that is how we move from one mode of production to another. Okay, so then you find that, for instance, now we have all these other modes of production, from feudalism and now capitalism, and then ultimately to communism. Socialism is not really, in my view, and that's also in the view of this, a mode of production per se, but it's a transitional mode, a way of moving from this capitalist system to a more equitable mode of production, which Karl Marx and them call the communism. So you cannot, and because capitalism is more advanced in terms of the productive forces than, for instance, the previous systems, it actually means also that communism has to be a more advanced system than capitalism in terms of its productive forces. And I think that is where the problem came with most of the countries, is that they didn't focus much on the productive forces. They only focused on the relations. They said, okay, look, now we own the means of production, we nationalize it, or we do whatever we do with it, but the countries were still backward economically. I mean, Russia is a great example. Lenin had a big problem to try and move the country essentially from a feudal system like the Tsarism and so on, to try and move it to communism without going through capitalist system. Because according to this model, you have to go through capitalism. And that's maybe why the Chinese are now relooking at this system. It's not because they are going back, but that is because how it was ideologically conceptualized, that these modes must lead one to the other. And you can therefore not talk about socialism or communism with very, very low levels of productive forces. And that is where the Chinese are really winning the game, as I will explain a bit later. So, Communist President, so this is now just to lay the foundation. And now the next slide, I'm running a bit fast so that we can maybe also discuss this during the debate. I just want to save on time. I don't have time to really go through all of the case studies, but I just use China because they are the ones also using the word characteristics in their conceptualization of socialism. And instead of quoting, because there's a lot of literature on that, I just went to the Constitution of the Communist Party of China. And I just took about 4 statements from there, because I think that for me really is the essence of China, socialism with Chinese characteristics. Because they say that China is currently in the primary stage, very important, of socialism, and will remain so for a long time to come. So the Communist Party understands that this is an ideological timeline, that it started with Chairman Mao, the Cultural Revolution. There are so many things, and with Deng, and every one of them came with a thinking of how do we move, because China was also very, very backward. Sorry, I'm using backward not in a negative sense, but in the sense of, in terms of the productive forces. And we also know that it was also a feudal country with all of those dynasties and so on. And so Chairman Mao had to move all of that, So they are saying that, look, socialism started then because it's a transitional stage. And it doesn't necessarily stop. People think that, you cannot just say, look, now we've achieved socialism, we've achieved communism, so now let's stop. It's a continuous and almost infinite march towards this more equal society. So they're saying that they're still in the primary stage. Now look, if China, with all of these advancements and with being the second largest economy in the world, they are still in the primary stage. Imagine where we are, with our socialism. But that's very, very important, to understand that. And because of they're in the primary stage, it therefore makes sense why they are making the concessions that they are making now. And the important one also for me is they're saying that the principal contradiction in Chinese society is that between the ever-growing needs of the people for a better life and unbalanced and inadequate development. Because remember, the classical model is that the basic contradiction is that, between the working class and, of course, the property class, and that is that contradiction that is the primary motive force for society to move forward. But they are saying no, especially the next one also. They are saying the class struggle will continue to exist. However, it is no longer the principal contradiction. That's very, very important, and that's maybe the way how they conceive their socialism. They say, look, yes, we believe in Marxism-Leninism, but the class struggle is no longer, or the class contradiction is no longer the motive force or the primary motive force. And that maybe comes closer to what we are going to define or we should be looking at in Namibia. And I think especially also that was said earlier, the president also, I think your war on poverty, I think that's an example, because that is what the Chinese also feel, that is the primary contradiction. And so that is how they move forward. And finally, they're saying that in building socialism in China, the basic tasks are to further release and develop the productive forces. You see, which is why I started with the other slide there. So they're saying that the productive forces are very important because you cannot move to the next mode of production unless you develop your productive forces. Okay? So all of these things we need to look at, what are we producing? What is it that we are producing? We're producing very little, except of course for the big mines and so on, but in terms of real production, industry and so on, we're still very, very much behind. And that's why China is saying that you need to focus on that. And that is not a return to capitalism. That is actually part of socialism because you must enhance your productive forces. And that's very, very important. And gradually achieve socialist modernization and reform those elements. They say, look, first you do your productive forces at the base, and then you reform the superstructure as you go ahead. So because your superstructure, as we said earlier, your education, your laws, and everything there will be determined or will be influenced to a large extent by what is happening in the economic base. So they're saying that by attacking or by changing your productive forces, you ultimately will change the elements, the adverse elements in your superstructure. Okay, next slide. I'm concluding now. Just the 2 more slides left. So having said that, Comrade President, is to now say what is therefore are we talking about in terms of socialism with Namibian characteristics? And I'm not going to provide answers. I'm just going to problematize it even further, typical academics, leave it to others to solve. Because the idea is that which are the questions that we need to answer, Because it's an ongoing debate. I think the Comrade Mitri was saying, there's only the first of many. We'll be continuing to engage. And so hopefully through this debate also, we will be hopefully reaching a consensus on what is socialism with Namibian characteristics. I'm in that old school group that says that it must be based on Marxism-Leninism or scientific socialism. So it's actually going back to the 1976 political program and say that should be our ideological foundation. We should go back to that because we already had it's nothing new. We just maybe need to go back and then from there develop the concept like the Chinese did. They didn't throw away the ideological or the theoretical framework, as the academics would say. What is your theoretical framework? And it's from the theoretical framework that you develop your conceptual framework and then all the other things downstream. And so our theoretical framework, my humble submission is that it should be Marxism-Leninism, or if you don't want to mention those words, you can actually even call it a scientific socialism, because it provides, in my view, a better conceptual tools, it gives us tools that we can use in order to actually define ourselves. Because once we have done this analysis, we've done the definition, ideological definition right, then I think we can move on to the next thing. And then what I'm saying that is that it should be determined what the principal contradiction in the Namibian society is, despite the fact that the class struggle will continue to be a motive force. Like the Chinese are also saying. And I know Comrade Kwana is here, and the trade union is also, because obviously the class struggle remains very relevant. Chinese are also saying it will be there. but it's no more in the foreground. It's no more the primary contradiction. So I'm saying that maybe we should also determine what is the primary contradiction in the Namibian society. What is it that if we resolve that contradiction, it will move us forward? I think the president mentioned example, for instance, of tribalism. There was the example of poverty. But we need to identify those contradictions in our society. Poverty is a contradiction because we have a big country with a small population, with a lot of resources, but we have poverty, you know. So that is a contradiction that needs to be resolved. And I'm very happy, maybe, Comrade President, we need to we go back to that war on poverty. I think that is a very, very important thing. I was very excited when you introduced that, and somehow it died out. So I think we need to really, because for me, that is a very important aspect. And then also, as in China, we should place emphasis on developing the productive forces. You know, let's develop industry. And I think part of the Vision 2030, and I think the Harambee Prosperity Plan too also, all of these are conceptualized, I think, in addressing some aspects of enhancing or increasing the productive forces. So we need to look at those as well. And then finally, I think the framework that I developed earlier, I'm just saying that this is just a conceptual tool. We need to maybe develop it further, and of course enhance it and maybe add other elements as well, so that we develop something as it was. We got the charge from the president that we need to develop this, and the fact that he's sitting here for the whole day until now just shows your commitment, Comrade President, as an academic, that you want to be part of this debate, part of this, shall I say, the intellectual boxing matches that will be taking place here and further down the road. So let me conclude with the last slide. So my conclusion is maybe more propaganda, but comrade, some of us are closet politicians. So, so I want to say that the SWAPO Party must be commended for returning to its ideological home. Thank you. Like Comrade Vice President said, please clap if you want to. Do a maquet if you Yeah. I think this idea of adopting the socialism with Namibian characteristics, I was very excited, and when the group was formed on WhatsApp, we got very excited, and the participation that is taking place there is mind-boggling. You know, you can see that it's generated a lot of discussion. So we are very, very excited that the party is also returning to its ideological home. I also want to commend Comrade Mitri and the SWAPO Party School for organizing this workshop. When it started last year with Comrade Likoro, people were trying to figure out what is this group about? You know, who is who in the zoo, and what do we want to achieve, and so forth? Do we have the blessing from the party? I think today's event has paid to rest, you know, that we have the blessing from the top leadership to continue to engage in this, shall I say, soul-searching or ideological soul-searching of defining ourselves in terms of socialism with Namibian characteristics. Maybe more workshops will be needed, and of course more extensive ones as well, so that people talk until we sort of drop dead, but with concrete outcomes that will help us to move forward. And of course, because there's still a lot of ideological groundwork. Like I said, I only problematized it, you know, and so we need to continue to do a lot more. There's a lot of academic writings in this thing. The Chinese themselves, they've written a lot. Those guys write, you know. You think they just work hard. And Comrade Vice President, you're talking about their discipline. They're also academically very disciplined. If you look at the material that they've produced in defining themselves, and Comrade Mitri, you have a big task, you know, of actually also helping as well to develop this. We need to look at, maybe revisit the definition of socialism with Namibian characteristics in Article 2 of the party constitution. Like I was saying earlier, talk about socialism and then open market economy. Some people may say, look, there's a contradiction in terms, but it may not be the case, but we might just need to look at it again. Because everything else that follows is almost like a contradiction to what was said earlier. And then, like the Chinese, again, second last point is that is the socialist rhetoric. It's very important, you know. Sometimes, and the good thing with the Chinese, what they're doing is that even if you're doing something else, but you find the correct terminology, the rhetoric to baptize what you are doing. That's very, very important, you know, because it creates creates the impression that you are still in the house, you know. We have not moved, you know, but we have moved out, but we can give it a term using the tools of socialism. I think that's what we need to do, and that's what we don't have. We talk, which is fine. A lot of the things we say, we can still put them under the umbrella of socialism and just give them the correct terminology so that people say, okay, no, I think we are still on track. And so all the documents, the election manifestos, all those things, that we must spice it, you know, with the socialist rhetoric so that people know that we are there. And then maybe finally now the government also development plans, and I think that's maybe not my area there. But I think Comrade Vice President and the President also mentioned earlier how we harmonize what we say in the party, what we do in the party and in government. I think there's a disconnect there, you know. If you look at what the party is doing now in terms of the ideology and what is happening in government, it appears that way. I'm not saying it is that way, but it appears as if there's a disconnect. And that's maybe why some party members are frustrated because, look, but this is what we decided, this is what we resolved. And I think the same thing happened with the ANC. After adopting the radical economic transformation policy and what is this thing, expropriation without compensation, those are the resolutions of the party congress or conference. And then just a show was made, and then somehow this thing just disappeared. And we more or less back to square one in South Africa. So that's why I think we need to harmonize this, what we are doing in government, you know, in terms of the NDPs that we have, the Harambee prosperity plans. Like I said again, try to spice it also with the rhetoric. And I know it's very difficult for you, Comrade President, because some people will say, if you start doing that, they will say, yeah, but you are violating the Constitution because you are no more in the mixed economy you know, arena. So on that note then, Comrade President, Comrade Vice President, Comrade Director, comrades, that concludes my very brief presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Kaumbi. You basically brought up a number of definition of terms, if I may. Scientific socialism, which is inherently misunderstood by people. Some people believe scientific socialism is a type of socialism. It is not. There are only about 8 types of socialism, 8 of them. Scientific socialism is not a type of socialism. All right. Thank you very much for the presentation from Comrade Kaumbi and from the Vice President. Now we open up the debate with commentaries, and I would wish to appeal that let's keep the commentaries a bit short because there's an indication that there are a number of people that want to participate in the discussion. So the first 2 commentaries from Comrade Angula and Dr. Diaupio. So please, you can take the stage.
Good afternoon. Comrade President, Director of Ceremony, let me cut the protocol because then we create a class, and we are saying socialism is a classless society. And with these salutations, we have created a class. Let me be honest. I will put a scholarly, not a scholarly, but a peasantry comments from the trade union background. I'm not a scholar, please. I'm an ordinary trade unionist. Now, if you look at the term itself, socialism with the Namibian characteristic. What is it? Do we have a definition for it? We are trying to find a definition. And so as we are engaging with the discussions, the comrade says unpacking. I don't know whether they are in the suitcase to unpack issues. And so we are going to unpack the topic, which is in the SWAPO Constitution. And if you look, these are the issues. If we try to harmonize the ideology, we know, I don't want to give you the definition of socialism, you know it. Because we are creating a new society as a party. Because it's a revolution. By inserting this provision in the party constitution, it's a revolution. Are we prepared to take up that revolution? Maybe at a later stage, I will be probably controversial. As trade unionists, we are known as controversial. If you look at the ideology, are we going to practice it? Or is it just a phrase in the Constitution? Politics has a supreme power over the economy. Socialism is not a dogma, but it's an action. What is the action we are planning to take? Are we referring to the characteristic as a Namibian socialism? Or what is it? Because we are saying characteristics. Is it a Namibian one? Should we find a word for it? Now, when we said we have to find the word, you know, the issue when one of the programs was named to a foreign language, which is an African language, it became controversial. That is not indigenous. So this program we are going to embark, is it indigenous? So because we have to build it, to build our identity as values, cultures, and tradition, and the society have to change. Are we prepared to change the society? As a party, we are the trendsetters to change the society. The party currently operates according to the Leninist and Marxist principles of democratic centralization, which institutionalizes communication between the leadership and rank and file of the party. So maybe we have to reverse it, some of our structures. Now, some of these decisions are taken by the highest party organ. The Central Committee, or the Congress is the highest decision-making body in the party, and they have decided to amend the Constitution. There is a collective decision, and all of us are bound by that decisions. There is no divergent views. Now, in our situation, the states control the economy. Now, there are certain factors which may affect the characteristics of Namibian socialism. Are we going to ignore the monopoly capital which control our economy? The old mutuals, the Bank Windhoek. Some of you are having shares in Bank Windhoek and Old Mutual. Are you a socialist? So we should start interrogating ourselves. Are we going to accept that the mixed economy is part of the principle of the economy in the Namibian Constitution, Article 98. Is it permanent? That provision can be changed. Or are we going to, because these are the things we have to the debate. Are we denying that there is existence of class in Namibia? Some of you are in a kleine coupe, others are in Astelan, and it become an issue. So how are we going to overcome the class struggle within the frame which we adopted? So are we also going to advocate a multi-party system where possible? Or are we going to move to a single party? These are the things which embrace socialism. Now the millennials and the Generation X are wearing caps with a star and a T-shirt of Sankara, Che Guevara, and saying, well, we are revolution on what? What are you embarking on? Which revolution? Lying down in the street? Camping in the sea? Is that the revolution? No, comrades. You have to ask us what is a revolution. You have to sacrifice. What is the element? If we interpret the romantic relationship between our traditional morals and culture, we have the issues of gay and lesbians. These are the things we as a society we have to discuss. How do we align all these documents which Comrade Kaumpi suggested? Now, let me take you back to the Tanga Consultative Conference in Tanzania, 1969-1970, where the party resolved, if you read the minutes of that meeting, he said, we are supporting the Arusha Declaration. Up to now, I haven't come across where I said we are denouncing by supporting the Arusha Declaration, because the Arusha Declaration was adopted in the TANU Constitution, the Tanganyika African Union, by late Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, and they inserted it in their constitution. Was the principles of 1976 guided by the Arusha Declaration? And I will go briefly what is contained in that document. The first element is the absence of exploitation in that document. The declaration states that in socialism, in the socialist state, all people are workers, which neither is a capitalist or feudalist. It believes in a classless society where there is no exploitation of others. Every worker receives a just return for their labor. Are we getting the just return for our labor in Namibia? If you look at the domestic workers, the farm workers, how much are you paying your domestic worker? Some of you are paying less than a required minimum wage. Your farm workers who are looking after your cattle at the farm, there is a required minimum wage, which is 1,000 Namibian dollar. 1.5. So 1.5, but if you look at the ration, it says 600 should be the value of the food, and the 900 is the cash. That is the definition in the wage order. Now, if we take this, are we going to adopt it in the declaration? Because we have to declare. It's a provision in the Constitution, but there must be a principle, because the principles, the political program need to be aligned with the reality, because we take a decision in that Congress. The second element is that major means of productions and exchange are under the control of the peasants and workers. Now, a few weeks ago, the minister announced the allocation of fishing rights. Was this allocated to the peasants and the workers, or did it promote bourgeoisie? These are the things. If we have to address socialism, what are we doing? Is it just a paper resolution we took, or is it just a pipe dream? Then we have to take the actions we are taking. We must implement them. We cannot promote few elites to benefit from the resources of the country. Now, there is allocation or regions. Are we proud to say no, 0.1 of the rights were allocated to Kavango region or Kunene? Are we proud? Who are those? Is it the workers? Are the people in Kavango who benefited, or few individuals from those resources? We talk about that we make mistakes. We are repeating the same mistake again. Those guys who are going, they don't have the means, they are going to sell their rights to gain money. And the first thing they do, they buy the latest Land Cruiser. Huh? We have to address these issues. The third element is the democracy. The element of democracy. Are we practicing democracy? If we look at the structures of the party, if we are going to implement the socialism, is it from the bottom? We have sections. Now, if we look at the concept of Venezuela, they have the communals. Are we discussing these things in our structures from the bottom? Or was it adopted at the Congress, not streamlined to our structures? Now, if you look at that document, the declaration, it prohibits certain things if you are a member of KANU. Now, because SWAPO have embraced that declaration and uphold that declaration, it says it prohibits any TANU leader or government leader, in this case, it prohibits any SWAPO leader or government leader to hold shares in any company. It prohibits that leaders of the party and government should not hold directorship in private companies. Are we embracing it? It says leaders in the party should not receive 2 salaries. Lastly, it says leaders of the party should not own houses which they are renting out to others. We are doing that with the flats. We are owning the flats here in Windhoek. Our leaders and ourselves sitting here. Are we embracing as a party? Do we accept the concept of socialism? These are the consequences of socialism. Lastly, corruption is treason. and we have to deal it decisively. Thank you.
The last, always the last, but I should not spoil the game. Thank you very much, Comrade President. It's my first time to present in front of you. Give a hand of applause, please. Give a hand of applause. Great. Now, what's happening now with my... Because for me, it will be much more about, I'm one of the lecturer here. For me, I will be more academic. I really appreciate the high table presentations. It touched me. And with the permission from the director, really we want those Comrade Vice President, they should come here. Now I'm just going to show you a bit in terms of explanations. And stop me, but I won't be too long so that I can give others also to talk. Comment over there, because he's really, I can't see here. Socialism, in simple terms, is just society. You cannot talk about socialism without referring to a society. Next. Communism is just community. I'm just more concerned about the section leaders who are here, because we are more up there. And they will think that, no, maybe we are talking about an animal far from Namibia. It's just right around your corner. And capitalism, just business with its people, and we go about it, but the colleague have touched it about. And mixed economy, the combination of capitalism and socialism, in simple terms. I really like, Comrade Vice President, when you say, do you know what you are talking? Because most people, especially at bar, I don't know whether I used also to be at the bar, we talk more as we know. Now the key part here is, I wanted to emphasize two terms and also show that what, and then I'll end up there. Equal to resources. In socialism, we are talking about having equal access to resources. That's one of the components of socialism. Number two, to have equitable distribution of resources. How you distribute the resources. Firstly, you should have equal access. And two, it should be fairly given to the people. The key partner here is, I guess the higher table can see, I don't know whether, next is really mistreating me over there. The key part here is equality doesn't solve social problems, but equity, it does. And I want to show in, now the key question now for these are the colleagues who I'm going to talk now. Number one, we should ask ourselves, is Namibia more of equity or equality? Remember where I started? We like talking, something we don't know. Look at the crate, not of beer, but look at the crate. There we are. So when we talk about equality, you can see the crate over there. And when we talk about equity, who needs the assistant? Who needs the resources? That's where we are missing the point. Comrade Director. And also, if you can see the next slide, you can see it. That's why you see people are not progressing in life, because they don't have the necessary tools that can bring them, as you can see, the one on your right. If he doesn't have that assistance, no matter how, he won't reach over there. That's where we discriminate some of our society. And also, as you can see over there now, people like complaining. As we talk about socialism, narrowing the gap, these are the key part. Always we say the richer get richer, the poor get poorer. But the point is now, with equity, the above can be addressed because they will be helped. Next. But however, with equality, it's really a challenge for us to narrow. Let's look at Nantu, Napu, when they negotiate. They always say across the board. Huh? You get your $10, whoever gets the... How will you narrow? We miss the point over there. Give me a hand of applause. Are you jealous or what? Yeah, I don't want you to sleep. I'm a lecturer here. Are we following? That's where, and also now for us to make sure that we address what we are talking about. We should work more smarter than hard. Just look over there. When we talk about smarter than hard, that is the vision. There we are. Don't force, let it happen. When you understand something, it will be easy to explain. But if you don't, you have a lot of sentences here and there. And there. No! Give me a hand of applause, please! Now I'm a lecturer. Now I'm ending because there are a lot. As I say now, colleagues, it's very important for us, number one, let's talk on something we understand. How many of us are academic economics here? Can I see the hands? No, I'm just looking now. Oh, no, I'm just looking. I wanted to know. So what I'm saying now is, the key part is, when you explain, as the high table said, I know that we don't want classless, it will happen. Because the issue, when you know, be at forefront to explain to others, then the others follow you. But for some of us, you know, but you don't want to explain so that the others follow you. That's why I'm asking now, when we talk about economic systems, economist, accountant, take the lead. Tell us what you know academically, so that we can, now that's how it's supposed to be done. But now if you force the politician to do it, it won't be a right way. I have a lot of slides, but because of time, just give me a hand of applause.
Comrade Diaupio, on your behalf, I'll pen down a petition to the President to make sure that you make your second presentation in his presence. Right, now we are done with the commentaries. We now move to the actual debate. And I have the first four names that you've indicated. After that, then we can continue with the others. But you'll do your intervention where you are. There are roving microphones that will come to you. The first is Honorable Comrade Jerry Akanjo, will be followed by Honorable Kashikola. The third will be Comrade Vincent Likoro, and the last in this round will be Comrade Wise, in that order. Thank you.
Sorry. Your Excellency, Comrade President, first of all, I would like to express my appreciation for being invited and all protocol observed. I am going to be brief. Firstly, when SWAPO was formed, it was a workers' movement, and then later liberation movement. And the first Congress of Namibia in 1991 transformed SWAPO from being a national liberation movement into a mass political party. And at that Congress, these are the T-shirts we wear. At the back here, just hold it this way. One can see SWAPO from National Liberation Movement 19 of April 1960 to mass political party. The Congress was held from the 10th and 12th December 1991. So that is the way we transformed our, just for your knowledge. Bring that book of mine. That book. When the presentation was made here, I was listening, and I realized if we are to embark on socialism with Namibian characteristics, and I was listening to the presenters here, some were talking of scientific socialism, some were talking even Kaumbi bourgeoisie. We elaborated on different, even Kaumbi was talking about feudalism, capitalism, communism, and I realized for us to go that way, these discussions should also start in the region, in the district. Because here, amongst us, is a mixture. There are those who understand. And the doctor here said there are even those who don't understand, who are just here sitting. Some of us understand what is being talked to, some not. Some are privileged, some not. At the island, we were studying Communist Manifesto when we were on the island. We were sharing with the comrades of ANC and the Communist Party. And amongst us here, there are even those who are just joined the party. What we are talking here, some are just taking notes and still going to discuss. So that's why I was thinking, maybe it's a very good move, but maybe we must also go further. Because for us to move to socialism with Namibian characteristics, we have also to take the masses along, not only SWAPO members. In China, the membership to the Communist Party, especially the leadership, you have to be trained, you have to go to a party school. The leadership in China, all of them, starting from the branches. That's why they are leading the masses. And if we are also to follow the same suit, we are first to discuss in villages, in branches, in sections, and analyze Namibian characteristics, culture, different culture we have in Namibia. We have first to mold it, to understand it, and then come up with a blueprint. I have listened to what Comrade Netumbo has said, and she elaborated very closely. And I would suggest what His Excellency the President said. This should be the foundation or the working document. What His Excellency said. For those who have been taking notes, ensure that the wording of His Excellency the President form the working document upon which the future Namibia will build a socialist with Namibian characteristics. Because SWAPO currently is a mass political party. It embraces everybody. It takes everybody along. This also comes to the leadership. The different leadership at different level from section branches. There are the bourgeoisie, the richest, and you find the peasants, and you find the workers. That's why Comrade Kwana was asking a lot of questions about, are we ready? We have shares and all those. And also, Comrade Netumbo mentioned the different constitutions we have up to the last. Well, the Congress took the decision, socialism with Namibian characteristics. For the past 5 years or 4 years, anything happened? Did we put it any machinery? Next year with the Congress, are we going to report now if we come to socialism? How far are we? SWAPO has got a huge wealth, huge pool of wealth. Those comrades who studied abroad during the struggle, who attend political parties, who went to party schools in Soviet Union, Cuba, China, Vietnam, North Korea, and many others. I think also those comrades can combine with the comrades, with the lecturers who have been here, so that you form a pool from where we can now build. Because when Comrade Kaumbi was speaking, I was listening to him. He elaborated. And how many of those comrades like him are also out there, the political commissars and the many people who are fortunate like Comrade Netumbo and many others. Maybe the party school can now put up a machinery so that all these people, they can come up, you develop the idea. And then we discuss it also in villages, in sections, so that at least at the end of the day, we can come up what we need. What do we mean? I'm saying this because the doctor talked there of equity. As an example, in China it has got a communist party. Well, it's different from mass political party. Cuba has got a communist party. And in Cuba, everybody is equal. That's why when Comrade Castro died, he didn't have property. Nobody inherited. Nobody inherited. He was a full communist. He never had property. You see? So, and in our case, if we are to move on that, we must also now think, because there were many questions asked about us. With our own Namibian socialism, I think the party school should now embark upon that journey. Put up a time frame. From here, 5 years later, how far does the Namibian people understand? Because I just realized among us here, really, there are those who understand. There are those who just hear terms. But it is a very good move, Comrade President, Comrade Lecturer. You did a very good thing. But I think we have to understand from feudalism to capitalism, which created the workers, from capitalism to socialism, and the ultimate aim of communism. We talk here, Soviet Union is not there, but this is just a temporary, I can say, a retreat. But the ultimate aim, for instance, when you Google the Internationale, this song, you find that on the 1st of May, in China, in all socialist countries, Soviet, even in Europe, they sing the Internationale. But if we sing Internationale now, some people don't even know what it is. Understand? So it's really, I'm just encouraged. It's a very good move. This must not be the end. Let it be the start. Let it go up to the branches, to the regions. Organize this in the regions, and then the regions take it together to the district, to the branches, to the section. And besides that, also maybe in the villages, in the church, in the hall, where we educate the community, how do they understand socialism with Namibian characteristics? We have got a lot of characteristics. Some people eat with the right, some people eat with the left. All this is our culture. It's a culture characteristic combined. So, in short, Comrade President, I end there.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President and the Vice President of the SWAPO Party. My intervention will be very short. It will be very short. First of all, I would want to start by answering the question as to whether do we, in trying to fulfill our ideological dream, do we want to nationalize, or can we achieve some kind of welfare of our people without nationalizing? I think my understanding of socialism is that the states take over the measurements of production, and that is nationalization. Otherwise, the welfare within a system of capitalism will be probably called welfare capitalism. So we really have to nationalize. But how do we nationalize? There's a challenge here. The challenge that we have, these means of production that are owned, that are in Namibia, are owned by foreigners. The first step to nationalization should then be Namibianization. When we Namibianize, we'll then slowly move towards nationalization. How we do that is a challenge, but if we have committed ourselves to the principle and ideals of socialism, that's where we have to start. Another challenge is the education of our members, the training of our members. First of all, we have to train our members to understand what socialism entails, let alone with a Namibian characteristic. Having trained them also, the most difficult thing is to transform their mind their mindset, the mindset of our members, to transform them from the petty bourgeois kind of thinking to socialist. And that became a very big challenge because probably all of us around this, in this room have some kind of petty bourgeois type of ideology at the back of our mind. So the challenge is for us to really transform that mind into revolutionary socialist mind. And of course, one of the presenters said, socialism is not an event, it's not just a system, it's an action. We need to start taking actions. What are these actions? We need to start rethinking our development trajectory. The skewed type of development that we have. Look at the city of Windhoek, how we are. And if we are clean, if we agree, we accept that we are socialists, then we need to do away with the disparities that exist between the rich and the poor. We need to start working on a system where the poor is uplifted, and of course the rich should stop getting rich, so that there is a balance there. And that is a challenge. That is a challenge. SWAPO Party as a mass-based political party, having committed ourselves to socialism with the Namibian Characteristics, gave us a task. And what is this task? To ensure that those who are joining the party are the ones that understand, we already say they're understanding the aims and the objectives of the party. But we need to add to say they must be able to subscribe to the ideal and principle of socialism. And that require hard work from all corners at all levels of the party. I thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very, very much. Today as a participant, I'm a very, very happy person. Overjoyed, excited. I just want to make a few commentary. There's one aspect in whatever has been said that didn't come out thoroughly. It did come out, but I think not maybe enough. The first part is the party itself. We are members of the party SWAPO. The decision to have socialism with Namibian characteristics has its own demands that it places on us, on SWAPO as a party. And the role that SWAPO will henceforth play as the role that it has hitherto played. There's a difference. First, classically, a party like SWAPO would have to play what we call the vanguard role. And that's something that is very, very important, and we have to pay attention to it. It has to be a vanguard party. Now, under conditions of a vanguard party, there are certain imperatives. For example, unity. Unity is an imperative of a vanguard party. The other imperative is the collective resolve of the membership of the party to defend its party. And that's very important, especially what we see happening in our party. We were told by our leadership that we must see the situation, the conditions. In our socialist jargon, we say the material conditions obtaining on the ground. We must take it into consideration. Now, a party that is a vanguard party is looked at, is measured, is characterized by certain aspects. One, which has been referred to by our Vice President, is that whatever action that party is taking is in the interest of the people, to the benefit of the people, taking the aspirations, the wishes, the wants of the people into consideration. Nothing is for self-benefit. That's the nature of a party that is a vanguard party. When we are taking a decision to allocate land, a resource, or fish, or whatever decision is being taken is for the benefit of the common good. That's the nature of a vanguard party. Secondly, we have talked about, we had that clause to establish a classless society, non-oppressive, non-exploitative, based on the principles of scientific socialism. And I'm happy. My colleagues with whom we used to do the work, the BCs, the Bruce, they are around here. They are here. Then now we are talking about socialism with Namibian characteristics. Permit me, Comrade President, to say the difference between scientific socialism and socialism with characteristics, let alone Namibian, socialism with characteristics. The difference is that scientific socialism was based on command-planned economy. And the role of the party under such a system was based on what we used to call the dictatorship of the proletariat, because it comes from Marx and Lenin's understanding of a class struggle. That the workers, the proletariat, will then establish their government. And with that government, which will dictate the dictatorship of the proletariat, they will establish socialism. But what we are having here now, socialism with characteristics, is, in other words, scientific socialism is planned economy, command economy under a dictatorship of the proletariat. Meaning, it's a tool to establish socialism. And now, scientific socialism, socialism with characteristics is a mode. Over years, people have learned and they said, no, this way of approaching it is too dogmatic. What we need is not a mechanical approach, a dogmatic approach to establishing socialism. We need an approach that is pragmatic. And the approach, the variance of socialism with characteristics is a variant of what we call democratic socialism. I'm not talking about social democracy. That's another kettle of fish. Democratic socialism, meaning what is now happening is the state or the party is building socialism in a country using democratic means. And that's a very important difference to understand on what we are discussing. Meaning, what the party is deciding, for example, when it goes to direct its government, the parliament, and I'm happy honorable members of parliament are here, when Congress passes a resolution, and I'm happy and I commend Comrade President and your cabinet, in your first session of cabinet, you took the SWAPO Party elections manifesto and you took it to cabinet and you said, this is what will guide us. So that process, when the party takes decisions, those decisions must find their way to guide government in what it does. That's very important in establishing socialism with characteristics. Those characteristics are defined by the party, and then they are taken over to be implemented in the government. Now, democracy also, as we know, it's about options, it's about choice. We have what we call inner party democracy, majoritarian decision. That's why some of us get worried when we go to our congresses. We elect Comrade Jerry Mauju Ekanjo, he was for years our leader in the youth league with Comrade Kapewasha, competes with Comrade President, then we come out and then there is enmity. Why do we accept democracy as a system? We are one party, that's the way we need to move forward. We can't just have a leader who is not elected. There must be contest. But the contest should not divide us. Then, comrades, the very important aspect of building socialism was mentioned. And the emphasis is development of productive forces. That's the emphasis. Now, the productive forces are at two levels. It's at the level of the party itself and at the level of those that it deploys to implement its decisions. Therefore, the leadership we must now start to have henceforth in the party must be leadership that is skilled, that is capable, that is able to do things, to deliver on that which the people want. You cannot build socialism with a leadership that is not able and capable. You can't. So the development of the leadership, the development of the productive, the skills of our people to be more productive. Productivity is part of it. In other words, to do more in a short space of time. That's productivity. We can make any other definitions that we want, but that's very, very important. Now, why is the development of productive forces important? Because we must grow the economy. We must grow the economy. There is no option. The economy the cake must be made bigger so that there is more to share. And that more, now someone was talking about that more to share is what we use to develop. That which is available, that which becomes more is what we, now, when we are talking about to develop the basic needs, we know about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So what we are talking about here is to say, what does a human being need? A human being needs food, needs to be able to read and write, literacy, education, needs good health, needs to move from one place to another, needs a place to sleep, now, these are basic needs over which the state and therefore the vanguard party has a responsibility. So what we are getting should be utilized to meet those basic needs. It's very important. We shouldn't be having a person who is hungry. We should all be ashamed of ourselves if there is a person who is hungry. We should not have a person who is not having clothes to wear in Namibia. So those are the things that we need to say. Now, when you come to mixed economy, which was mentioned, is there a contradiction? In my view, not. Why? Because the basic definition of a socialist economy is who owns the major means of production. Now, under mixed economy, all type of ownership is possible. The defining aspect is the state owning the majority. That is, I think, that there is no contradiction with the Namibian constitution for us to continue to build socialism. That's my understanding of it. The government has a role. You have adequately explained the creation of surplus value. The private, people talk about capitalism. There is a term we use, socialist market economy. There is a difference between capitalist economy, between mixed economy, and the socialist market economy. Now, under a socialist market economy, the productive forces of the people, they own, they produce, but then, so allocation of resources to produce are efficient under a market system. Then, allocation or distribution of that which has been produced, the surplus, which the capitalists appropriate to themselves, and therefore get richer and richer and richer. the government now comes to intervene there so that the distribution process is done fairly. That's the difference. That's an important difference under a socialist economy. So it's important that everybody in Namibia recognize the role of the government to intervene. There is no invisible hand that must regulate itself in any economy. The government has a role to play to regulate our economy, to make sure. One regulation that is absolutely a must in a socialist economy is a no to monopoly. It's a no to monopoly. That's one. So I think it's important to realize these important defining aspects within our party and how we want to move ahead to develop our country and its economy. Thank you very much.
I extend salutation to the high table. As a student of jurisprudence, I subscribe to simplicity. We spent the whole morning interrogating the concept of socialism, with various academics coming in with numerous interpretations as to what this concept means. Socialism, in its rawest form, means nothing else than people centricity. All that you do, whatever form it takes, it must speak to the need and the challenges that the people faces. Nothing else. We can decorate it with academic definition. We can decorate it, with all intellectual features, but it means nothing else. Then serving the people using advanced force of production in order to resolve the problems that the peoples are facing. Now, various speakers have tried to draw in distinction in terms of what does this mean, whether socialism or scientific socialism or socialism with Namibian characteristics. The destination is the same. The destination is the same. Whether we need to go back to scientific socialism or whether we need to forge ahead with socialism with the Namibian characteristic, the aim is the same. And I will tell you in a short while. Scientific socialism, in a very simplest form, nothing else than solving people's problem based on evidence and based on reasoning. That's what scientific socialism is all about. Socialism with the Namibian characteristic, or socialism with characteristic, on the other hand, tells us that look at the reality that your people find themselves in and resolve those problems instantly. Look at the condition in which the Namibian people are. Design an economic system that responds to those problems. That's basically what it is. We do not necessarily need to come in a room to interrogate as to what does socialism with the Namibian characteristic mean. We know. Problems that are facing our people must be resolved by those that are in the leadership, be it in government, be it at a party level. socialism, it's all about humanistic act, such that when you are in Umdaungilo and you hear that an old lady's house has burned down, as functionaries of the party, you must devise an intervention and help the old lady. When you hear that there are people that are going hungry in a particular constituency of this land, as a party, we act and we act instantly. And we don't leave a space for neoliberal forces and, imperialistic forces to step in before we arrive. Socialism in its rawest form, it's first arrival. First arrival, and this is what SWAPO should be about. We should arrive first at where people crisis is. That's basically what it means. Now, on the two constitutional provision, Article 98 in terms of the national constitution and Article 2 of the SWAPO Party Constitution, and on the questions of whether, mixed economy, is it an ideology? Indeed, it's an ideology. Because it was first introduced, we are told, by the literature, by Edward Bernstein, a politician belonging to the Social Democratic Party of Germany. Born in 1950, died in 1932, where he has then told us, prior to his death, that mixed economy in actual fact is the first stage of socialism, because with time and on its own accord, it would evolve into socialism. So it was then later adopted, by the European politician as a concept to follow, and in fact, Ben has told us that mixed economy is a position that is an economic system that you arrive at when there are conflicting interests. And in order to move forward, that's the position that you should settle for. And indeed, that's what our leader keep on referring to when they talk about, a settled negotiation. What do we make? How do we then, remaining within the intellectual framework and advancement of Edwin Bernstein, how do we then build on the mixed economy so that we are then able to, tend to become completely a socialist society? So now, the following is what we are being told that we need to do. It's really what I think that we really need to do. We need to make a distinction when we talk about socialism, whether scientific or whether with characteristic. What is it that we want the state to do? Is it, is it a democratic socialism where we are told it's regulation, state regulating? Or is it social justice socialism where ownership is in the hand of the state? Because socialism can be achieved in two means. Whether the state is regulating or whether the state take ownership. I think this is, for me, a key of what direction, in terms of the directionality, what is it that we want the state to do when we interrogate the concept of socialism. So whether we want the state to own or we want the state to regulate. And that, for me, it's really what would give a distinction. And if you look at the conduct of the state, colleagues, these things are there. We simply need to encourage our people and our membership to read and be able to interpret act of the state to the ordinary Namibian. If you look at the new Procurement Act in this country. A very wonderful piece of legislation. You know, the state there, in actual fact, it's already taking a socialistic approach. I don't know whether all of us seated here know very well that there is a method in terms of the procurement law called public enterprises to public enterprises, such that if there is a tender by non-power, that tender non-power has the right to decide that this tender is going to be done by the University of Namibia as a public enterprises. And by so doing, you are empowering the developmental capacities of the University of Namibia. You are boosting its revenue as far as that is concerned, and government would actually need to put in less effort financially because the institution is now the institution are in that trading between themselves. It's something that is there. And government can then take decision, strategic one for that matter, is unpopular as maybe sometimes, that for this specific tender, we direct that, you know, it be procured or services be procured by using the state to state or public enterprises to public enterprises method. And there are so many other examples that I can single out that constitute socialistic attitude and socialistic intention from the side of the government. I so submit and I pause.
If jurisprudence and people-centric is simplicity, then the rich will not stop being rich. I think we are slightly getting lost in translation, but it's good. It's a good debate. Sometimes it's better to be lost in translation, but to understand the gist of what is being discussed. It's very, very important. Before I give the last group to make their intervention, I just want to respond to a question here, which is also basically, I think, being lost in translation. Because one comrade wants to find out why we did not put in your presentation the concept of the development of the forces of production, why we did not include the citizens. But I think that was explained by Comrade Likoro, because the forces of production is two ways. Citizens are part and parcel of the forces of production. So, Comrade Rector, we have a lot to do in terms of, defining some of these terms as we go on. Now, yes, in the interest of time, can we try to be very, very short? Then the last group will be Comrade Martha Namjembo, followed by Honorable Yvonne Dowsep, followed by Comrade Desmond Amnyela, then followed by Dr. Mwange, then followed by Comrade Gesep, and lastly, Comrade Kulike. All right, in that order.
Thank you very much, comrade. I was so happy that time you were only mentioning men, and I said, okay, let me be the woman and take advantage of it. Now, I had a lot of names of women. That's the SWAPO spirit. And before I start saying anything, I must, even though it's not the time of thanking, I must thank the initiator of this very important gathering. And then the first time I would like to also to thank our president of the Republic of Namibia, and the president of SWAPO Party, Dr. Hage G. Geingob, for taking time of his very busy schedule and then be with us. Last night we have a little problem too, because we get information and then to tell our members at the very late. But we were trying to find out what is the best way to market this event. Then we use the very busy person. I want to apologize. I'm apologizing from our head of state that we use his name that he's going to be minister. So let us be all pleasant. Please. Your unwavering patriotic solidarity. Be there. So they are here. Thank you also. And also thank our Vice President and the Deputy Vice President of the party, SWAPO. Since there's a time, I'm not going to say many things, and I'm happy that we're all here. And the comrade, I did listen tentatively to all of us, to all the presentation. And then for what made me say is when the president of SWAPO Party summarized, he didn't go through his paper, but he summarized. And when he summarized, he included all of them, because by nature he has business acumen. So it really, that's where I'm driving this aspiration from, to say something. We're talking about socialism. Well, unfortunately, socialism, to me, is the system, the systematic change of policy and organization infrastructure. The current situation of Namibia is very challenging, since the system is set under the open market economy. When we talk about the market economy, we talk about, for socialism, okay, when it's okay, we have introduced the state to run the economy. As a result, the free enterprise system, which rely on the private sector, which fuel, finance, economic growth, it may be corrupt, but therefore the government will either print money or do something else. So some of the things it may not work. When I'm saying, one of the presentation talk about, I think probably Gorbachev, and I talk about economy through that socialism probably corrupts something. So I don't want to talk about, to make us think that probably socialism, it might not be a solution. It might be a case. But I won't explain today. If you ask me, I will explain. So, since we talk about land proprietors, the land right, believe me, without businesses or private sectors, it's not easy, especially the CBB area. None of us, or few probably of you, have the title deed. The title deed are with the financial institution. We own nothing. We own nothing. But when we talk about land, we need to invite everybody. And we know SWAPO. SWAPO, a colleague of mine, I think, can we talk about WhatsApp? SWAPO is not a WhatsApp group where you have to see who to invite. SWAPO is a SWAPO, and it's a group. SWAPO is the people, and the people are SWAPO. So let us put that way. So make sure that we can contribute in a very little way, because SWAPO is organization with everybody. That's why they have wings. I see the union was talking about it. That's why they understand the humanity. Our leaders, those are the elders. In Bariwak to Kilometer, to Sanjay, I know. Thank you. So, with those few words,
What else?
Yeah. Also, the colleague talked about equitable distribution. Yes, of course. What is important, we need to promote self-reliance, whatever it is, upliftment. How, and then the question was asked about President was who owned the means of production? That's a very important question. And that makes you tell who need to be part of this conversation. All of us. We'll come up with the answer. The president expecting us not only to answer his question, but to make sure that we do what needs to be done in order to create wealthy. And a problem for him should be how are we going to distribute our wealth, which we create ourselves with this important country. Namibia is strategic located. Namibia is a unique with all required by anybody in this world. I thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. I recognize Your Excellencies. I think, comrades, we need to recognize there's a reason why we're here. And I speak at the backdrop of what I consider myself a constitutional scholar rather than a political scientist or a social scientist. But a very, very important point of departure would, for me, be what we imagined as the SWAPO Party when we were part of that negotiating table, Comrade President. What is the image and the profile we had of Namibia when we were part of discussing what the Namibian text, the Namibian constitutional text should look like? And what I find is set out very neatly in the preamble of the Namibian Constitution. It's set out quite neatly in the rest of the pages of the Namibian Constitution. The text of the Namibian Constitution, despite the fact that it's a compromise document, is actually laced with what Comrade Koundu would refer to with socialist rhetoric. And the socialist rhetoric lies in the language of the Constitution. The Constitution talks to us about life. The Constitution talks to us about dignity. The Constitution talks to us about pursuit of happiness. And the Constitution talks to us about liberty. That encapsulates socialism. There's a reason why we didn't call it Marxism or Leninism, Comrade Koundu. It was very deliberate when we said socialism with Namibian characteristics. We were avoiding, and we must accept that, we were avoiding the rawness of socialism. We did not want to let go of our individual needs to have the kind of property that we own today as individuals. Because otherwise we would have been what Cuba is today. If we were serious about socialism. And I'm not saying that we are not, but I'm just saying we diluted it with what we call Chinese characteristics, Namibian characteristics. That's the first point. So we must accept that it's a dilution. But we must also accept, comrades, that we are not going back there. It's not possible. Because when we do a reality check, what we will see is that it's not possible. Because what you would be saying is that you would be telling people to let go of what they have, for instance. But what I'm happy about, and this is why this conversation is so important, it's important because along the way we've actually realized that we are going the wrong way. We are leaving behind those that we said we will carry along, which is all of us. There shouldn't actually have been a situation of us saying there are, and which my comrade and former student refers to as people-centered approach to everything that we do. Everything is there. The question is the implementers. That is the challenge that we're facing. So when we do a reality check, all we should be saying is, as we go forward now, we've already defined, the theory is in place. But because we've laid it on a flawed foundation, I mean theoretically, it wasn't raw socialism as we know it, or as we ought to know it. And that's why I think other jurisdictions have actually continued to dilute socialism, because it was so difficult. In a capitalist society, in a world that is run by capitalism, to maintain that. It was difficult. And that's why you would have socialist democracy, the types that Dr. Mubita is talking about. But there's hope. And this is the hope that I want to talk about as a constitutional law scholar. The hope is the transformative nature of our Constitution. There is an opportunity in our Constitution to change the lives of our people, using primarily what would be considered our court system as one way. I mean, the normal ways are your policies and your laws and your institutions and your processes. If that is need, we shouldn't have a problem. If everybody has equality of opportunity, we shouldn't have a problem. If everybody understands why they are where they are, and that they're not there for their own stomach, but for the stomach of all of us, we shouldn't have a problem. So transformative constitutionalism suggests that our court system becomes responsive to the needs of the people. Responsive in the sense that they interpret the Constitution in such a way that it will transform the society of which the court system is part. If you look at jurisprudence, in other words, if you look at cases that were developed after 1990, if you look at cases like S versus Atchison, corporal punishment, Cultura 2000 even, there were certain cases that came out of our courts that would have been considered transformative for purposes of our society. Because all those cases and the courts were looking for is what are the aspirations, what are the values, what are the contemporary sensitivities of the Namibian people. And that's why courts have an important role they need to play. We don't see enough of that. We see, with respect, what we see is all of us are just in our comfort zones. It's too comfortable to rock the boat. It's too comfortable to move away from what has been decided 10 years ago. Then how are we taking into account the contemporary sensitivities of the Namibian people? Something has to change. You cannot talk about equity and equality if there are some sections of our society that still feel that they're not part of the Namibian house. That is where we have a problem. So if we are serious, we have to, what Khumelo Biko, a son of Steve Biko, refers to as reimagining the abundance paradigm of our people, of Africans. We have to reimagine. We can no longer say, let's go back to how things used to be done during by Cubans, for example. That will not help us. What will help us is what is possible in the Namibian context. What is the language that we are developing as Namibians? We are referring to Ujamaa. That's good. We are a Pan-African society. But what else can we develop that Africans, that Kenyans can refer to and say, Namibians have developed a concept called Habaku, for instance. Let's be there for each other. And they be quoting it there, saying, Namibians have developed something that speaks to social solidarity. So we don't have enough. We have brilliant intellectual capacity in this country, Your Excellency. I am convinced about that. There is no doubt. And we've shown it again this afternoon. But what we don't have is we develop concepts, we theorize, but we don't sell that in the public space. It doesn't get into the public space, and so it remains on the WhatsApp group, and it's okay. Because it doesn't change your life. Your life is already changed. So I want to sit down with just saying, Comrade, that we really need to think about how are we going to change the way we, because it will not help. We can talk here about, for example, I really liked what the Vice President was saying about corruption being treason. The real question is, now if it is treason, then what happens if I've made myself liable of that? What steps are we taking to change the socio-economic paradigm of our society? If we don't reimagine how that's going to look like, we will continue to have these debates under these white tents and do not change the lives of our people. And that will be unfortunate.
Good afternoon, Comrade President and the rest of the high table. My point has actually been covered sufficiently by Comrade Vladimir and Weiss, and to some extent my sister Yvonne. However, I just want to say this, and I'm doing this for the sake of time because we've been here for quite a while. I don't think our problems can be solved by re-engineering our ideology like Yvonne just said. I think we have everything we need to do to be able to get out of this quagmire. And it starts with the responsibility of leadership. Because we are all leaders. I'm a leader in my business, you are the leader of the country, and many others are leaders in their spheres. But let's understand the role of leadership. What does it mean to be a leader? The relationship between me surrendering my sovereign or responsibility to you as my leader. Do we understand that very well? I think we need to answer that question as we hop along. So, and Comrade Wise almost spoke to it by saying that we shouldn't be the last one to arrive. It's a human thing. I mean, the supreme ethic God gives us is that of love. When a fellow of yours suffers, you should be there to help. And this is probably why we see when you go around, you hardly see a white man suffering. Why? Because they are there for each other. Not that they have all the means. They understand the concept of love. So I want us to maybe start looking at what did apartheid do to us. Because remember, apartheid is a scientific system designed to remain in perpetuity. What does that speak to us in terms of love? Do we love ourselves enough to love your kind? Because if we loved ourselves enough, we wouldn't allow our people to live like the way they do. We have all the means. So, yeah, I don't want to get too emotional and too controversial, but I think you get the point, and that is simply just to say we don't need to waste time with new re-engineering our ideology and all of that. Let's just critically look at the things, the mishaps we've taken. Let's confront them honestly. Let's improve on them, and we will soon find the problem. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. I'm one of the lecturers here at the school. I think the basic issue that we are discussing here, its foundation is on the current economic setup in Namibia. The question was raised by previous presenters saying that is it feasible for the socialist ideology with Namibian characteristics to be implemented in this country? But with the current economic setup, is it possible? I think maybe that should be that should be the step where we should start our discussion, or rather continue with this discussion. Secondly, the Vice President of the SWAPO Party mentioned about the think tank, the SWAPO Party think tank. I hope some of the members are here. I think they should take that responsibilities very, very seriously. My request, additional to that, is could the think tank work closely with the lecture core of this call to address this issue? I think that's my only request and my contribution to this debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Salutation to the higher table. My name is Franz Kolike, an activist, but I'm really a Marxist. So, Comrade President, I'm very, very happy you are here. You make time to join the conversation. I'm happy about that. But on one side, I'm very, very upset and very, very angry because of the state, what is happening in our party. We cannot ignore what is happening in the party. What is happening in the party is serious, and I think as cadres of the party, we must reflect and be honest with each other. I'm going to come on that point. I want to congratulate you, Comrade President, what you did yesterday on the issue of Chief Jose Akutako. That's a progressive move. I think maybe what we must also do in terms of really documenting the ideological stance in terms of the nationalism of that figure, we must produce something for reflection, for future purpose. So we can honor him with such a monument, but I think in terms of literature's material, let's produce something. And I think the party school should take center stage of that. Let's not allow other people to capitalize on that. So we must initiate that project and document that man. It's in the favor of the party. I think for me, really, maybe the question that I want to ask all of us here, comrades, how do we compare and measure history, or how do we measure the condition of situation of the 1960s to the condition and situation of 2021, for example? How do we compare? And I want to leave that question for our own reflection. Truly what I believe as a Marxist, socialism is really, really about social justice. It's how you distribute food, water, housing to the community, member of society. If you don't do that, then that's where you are missing the point. I think my view and my understanding of what Marx meant is really for us to be cognizant of how we distribute the resource at our disposal equally among ourselves. I think for me, really, as a country moving forward, we can import this ideology of socialism with Namibian characteristic. But I think as a nation, we have history, we have tradition, we have culture, we have system, we have value. We must not leave this one in that whole development. It must form part of our developmental identity. We need to have a national identity as a nation. And as we conceive concepts, those concepts must speak to ourselves, who we are and who we were before. And I think for me, really, Comrade Vice President, I think it's important that we admit where we make mistake. It's true that we inherit this South African system, other system. But I think ourselves, we also mess up. Ourselves as SWAPO leaders, we also mess up. We must acknowledge that for us to face what is ahead of us. So I think it's safe to say, because of capitalism, there's so much is happening really. The industry are in the hands of capitalism. I agree with you, Comrade Vice President, but who allowed that? Who allowed that? We have I'm one person who is active on Facebook on the issue of capitalism because I differentiate the system we have in place and how it's even affecting us. For example, 2018, our second land conference, we cannot really pass those resolutions. Why? Because the masters, they own the land. We have to beg. Even when you introduce willing buyer, willing seller, what if they don't want? What will you do? So these are some of the issues that we honestly need to engage and see how we can find something, common ground perhaps. So maybe we spoke a lot about China. My understanding and analysis of the Chinese growth. China is thriving as a capitalist economy, but the Communist Party did so well how they advertise, how they position China in terms of ideology, still to reflect Chinese socialism with Chinese characterism. But if you understand the Chinese economy, what is happening, it's a capitalist. All the tech companies, their headquarters in China, they are doing, China is in whatever form of industry, China is there. But China managed so well because the Communist Party is in charge, it's directing the economy. So I think, Comrade President, maybe lastly now, our ambassadors. Our ambassadors are so important in representing Namibia. And I think in the concept of the fourth revolution, this animal of artificial intelligence, we must train them. They must understand the sophistication of modernity. So they need to understand these things. This is really where the currency is going now. The currency is going now. So I think with those really few, I have so much, but I think let me end it there. And I also feel good now that I spoke. Yeah, I have so much. At least now I have offloaded those things. I really feel good. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Good afternoon, comrades. Comrade Hage Gengop, Comrade Mutumo Daitwa, and I call you as such because I believe this is a SWAPO meeting and that you are here as first amongst equals. I do not want to expand on what I mean, but I think going forward, we must acknowledge the fact that SWAPO cadres are equal. And the leadership that we vest in you is a responsibility we give you, so that we don't come here as praise singers, clapping hands for you when it's not due, and so on. And then when we have entrusted to do a job, that in fact you have performed your duty,
when you have done so. Thank you very much. I want to start off with two quick comments. I have the privileged position to be a consultant with no particular skills in Namibia. And I just want to cite two things. First, before I get to the consultancy thing, I wanna recall what happened in 1991. Comrade Jerry was showing us the T-shirt of the Congress, the Congress that was supposed to transform, or that transformed SWAPO Party into a mass political movement. In fact, as an affiliate, and let me add it here, I'm a graduate from the Nonso School of Thought, and I was quite active around 1991. As an affiliate organization, we were invited to make submissions for that Congress. And as energetic as we were those days, we put together a paper. In fact, this is an exercise that was led by, I think, if I'm not wrong, Comrade Steve Kashiwanyo, Comrade Paul Kalenga, and others that were leading at the time. And let me say this as a continuum. Leadership is not vested in the masses. So if we lead, we must lead, and we must not be afraid to lead. Yeah? We must not be afraid to lead, and the way we lead, in hindsight, history will tell us whether we did what we were supposed to do the way we were supposed to do it. So we had this session with late Comrade Karweb, who was the Secretary General then. Yeah, Comrade Karweb told us, who do you think you are, by the way? Yeah. So all this effort we put into the paper in terms of commissions that must be set up, how those commissions must work, blah, blah, blah. Of course, we were simply an affiliate, and therefore maybe what we were submitting then was not taken seriously. But more so, it was about transforming SWAPO into a political party that would pursue the agenda that we set forward earlier those days. That's one. The second one is, as a privileged consultant, I had the opportunity to, I think Comrade Abram, the late minister, was the Minister of Fisheries. And I had the unfortunate pleasure of facilitating a strategic review of that ministry. And I just asked two questions, because, and this is on Namibianization, by the way, of the fishing sector. I asked the cadre, the 40-odd management cadre of the Ministry of Fisheries. So how do you guys think, I mean, I see that you have an objective of Namibianizing the fishing sector. How do you think you have done? People were clapping hands, and they rated, out of 10, they rated themselves 9. There's nobody that gave themselves less than 8. And mind you, it's not that the ministry, at some recognition awards, some international awards, of course, we don't care what those awards mean. So we clap hands, and suddenly Ministry of Fisheries has some standard they have achieved. So I said, okay, thank you, Godix. Well, tell me, you also have Namibianization as an objective. How far is the Namibian fishing sector Namibianized? It was a bit quiet. And as we went through the strategic plan of the ministry and the objectives that were supposed to be achieved, we suddenly realized that actually Ministry of Fisheries did not perform that well. In fact, it was at the end of the day, we were looking at around 3 out of 10, 4% and so on. And we have that challenge that we accord ourselves, applaud ourselves when that applause is not due. We have that challenge where leadership entrusted has failed, and we still applaud. We still say we have done nothing wrong. Colleagues, SWAPO is not some animal that is out there. SWAPO, by definition, is its membership and its leadership. So if we are saying SWAPO has not done this, we must not run away with the excuse of telling ourselves that it is individuals in SWAPO that have done this, it is individuals in SWAPO that have not done this. We have to get to a day and date when we actually start accepting when we have failed, and we must own up to it, and we must actually start changing things the way we need to. Colleagues, I started the issue at hand, and what I see is the leadership abandoning the 1976, was it 1976 or 1976 political program of SWAPO. Maybe when we were sitting at the table negotiating, being forced, when our hand was being forced, after a few years we forgot actually what we initially dreamed of. A just society, a egalitarian society. You know, as the Vice President was giving updates of how we updated the Constitution, I was wondering every time we adopted amended the Constitution, did we actually change some of the principles that were in 1976, and then it was, I don't know, whatever year and so on. So what I want to know is, did we abandon? And by the way, did the leadership abandon? Yeah? It's not the masses that read these constitutions. It's not the masses that understand socialism or socialism of Namibian characteristics. It is the leadership. So have we failed? Maybe we should start there. We have governed for 30 years, colleagues. And in 30 years, I believe there is lost opportunity to change what Comrade President referred to as obtaining conditions. We had 30 years. And let me give you a quick rundown. We took political power in 1990. What happened in 1994? SWAPO a 2/3 majority, if I'm not wrong. The dates I may be a bit confused. But did we do anything? I think the problem is that at independence, the leadership forgot what it was about. The leadership abandoned. Because if we had that in mind, we would have known that 1994 defined a moment for us to seize and embark on a program. Moderator, I'll finish now. But I beg you to listen to what I have to say, because I believe it to be quite important. We have failed repeatedly. But by the way, colleagues, it is only in the last election that our numbers changed. If you look at it from 1994 to until, when was the last election? Count the years. We had majority to do things with. What did we do? We did not seize the moment. So what for me is quite critical going forward, colleagues, is that as we look at the socialism of Namibian characteristics, I'm a bit confused. Maybe it's not the right point of departure. I think we are setting ourselves up for failure. And here I want to listen to Comrade Yvonne's statement about what was it, policy? Mabagu, with socialist characteristics. I believe that as scholars we read all these theories. And I would be much happier if we defined, named, coined our own political agenda and said it is based on socialism or whatever, Marxism, Leninism, if you want to call it, and give it that character. So, I'm not necessarily dismissing socialism with Namibian characteristics, although I'm simply saying maybe the departure point should be that we define something we're comfortable with. Define something that is our own, define something for which we can be quoted, for which we can be credited as a people. And as Comrade Yvonne said, I believe even the team that has already started working out is more than capable to develop those parameters and set the stage for what is our own with some other characteristics. Let me end by saying that we must not abandon a duty we are given as leaders. It doesn't matter. We were forced, but we should not have abandoned. We should not have let go. It should have been part of it. And in fact, this is where the party leadership keeps failing. Colleagues, leadership is crucial, is critical. Who leads us is critical. We must stop being led by people who should not be leading. And I'm not saying the current leadership should not be leading, colleagues. Let me let me be understood that we must make sure that as we go forward, that we choose leadership in a way that benefits all of us. I want to end by agreeing with Mitri, Comrade Martin Osiku, who in his opening remarks, welcoming remarks, talked about a coordinated roadmap for eventually arriving at the socialism of Namibian characteristics agenda. And we have Namibians that are more than capable, colleagues, and then let me put it to you as I sit down. The ills that Namibia has now, whether it's tribalism, whether it's poverty, that is a reflection on the failure of leadership. You blame Namibian people for being tribalist. We got them there. We are the ones that got them there. The leadership, and by the way, I'm not talking about other leadership, I'm talking about SWAPO leadership got them there. Now, if you want to know how we got them there, if we talk about corruption, how we got them there, I'm available for a small fee. And I'll end at that note saying that this opportunity is certainly appreciated, and I commend the comrades that have taken the time and effort to organize it. Colleagues, we have structures. Let's get the right people in there, and we will do much better as we lead our people. I thank you.
Thank you very much to those who made their presentation. Your Excellency, I need to sincerely apologize for the poor time management. It does not reflect what is on the program. We should have finished donkey years ago. However, what has been said here will be properly documented. A framework will be worked on, particularly guided by the keynote address of the President. And from that framework, there will be a follow-up interactive debate to come up with a final formula of a debate that will evolve and involve all the regions. That the debate will have to go from one region to the other to solicit input, whether divergent or cooperative, but to solicit that input so that we are able to come up with a final document codified to be handed over to the leadership on the basis of what we have just said. I should salute my big brother there, Comrade Kheseb, and I subscribe to that. Leadership is a reflection of society. Leaders come from society. It is society that puts leaders in leadership positions. So when they are there, the characteristics of any leader only reflect the society that enabled that leader to get there. Now you wanted to divert into other issues about whether they got there corruptly or whatever, but that is a reflection of the society, not necessarily of the leader, because we know our leaders much better long before they become leaders. All right. We have now come to the end of our debate. Moving forward, I'm not inviting you to go and eat your fingers, but there's some finger lunch. There's some finger lunch, and then Comrade Kaumbi would want to make one announcement. After that, please let's go on with the AU anthem, national anthem, and oh, only part anthem. Okay, fine. Okay, only part anthem, nah? Because we only here anyway. Comrade Kaumbi.
Thank you, Comrade Mobita. Sorry, after talking about socialism, it's now time to talk about capitalism. Comrade Mata. Yeah. So, okay, you see, stomach emancipation. Comrades, just to thank you again for being here. I was thrown into the deep end to make this announcement. To say that what you see here, what you are enjoying so nicely here, the TV screens, the tent, everything here, and the finger lunch, which does not involve eating your fingers, all of these things, unfortunately, they cost money. That's where capitalism comes in a bit there. So we'd really like to, with the blessings, of course, of Mitri and everybody at the school, to please invite you to put some of your hands in your pocket, please, also, and make a contribution, because some comrades had to personally sacrifice all the things that you're seeing there, more than $25,000 that are spent here in their own pocket, and we need to refund them, please. So please see what you can do. I'm not looking at Hilton Hotel particularly here, but that will also be appreciated. Yeah, so please see, so we owe people, we have made that, and so please see what you can do before you go. Maybe we'll do like Elsin Church. I'm from the Lutheran Church. Maybe we put a bit of a bucket here, and the e-wallet is acceptable, EFT, everything. Yeah, just pay the money. Yeah. Okay, and then I would just like to thank the following comrades who really put the hands in their pockets, just to encourage you also, because next time the president will be reading these names. So make sure you put your name now so that it will be read by the president. Comrade Dr. Dave Irap, Comrade Ambassador Elia Kayamo, look at him, he sent the money all the way from China. I don't know whether it's China Yuan or I don't know what it is, but, and then Comrade BC Irap, who's here, Comrade Bruce Line, the two of them were sitting there. I was always saying Comrade Bruce Line, we remember him as the guy who was doing the toy. He's now the man sitting there. Comrade Radikwa Kaumbi, myself, Comrade Kwana Angula. So these are the comrades who have so far contributed financially. And like you said, they've really stretched their pockets. Can we please help them before we go? And you are invited for lunch. Thank you very much.
Okay, one last announcement. Next week, Friday and Saturday, there will be an information day here at the party school. The information day is basically a display of what the SWAPO Party School does, the type of courses we offer, the curricula. It's a display of a lot of things, and everybody is welcome Friday and Saturday of next week. Thank you very much. Now the party anthem. May you all stand, please.